Want me to?
No. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Countless Heroes, that crazy 16-player West Marches style campaign where I, Logan, take on 6 of my players at a time. Hello, players!
Hello.
Logan.
And hello to our wonderful audience. How are you all today?
Hello, audience. How are you?
Phenomenal.
The audience is phenomenal. Good to know.
You didn't
Yes.
ask us how we were. You said hello. and then-
Phenomena.
I said hello, players, and then I said hello to our wonderful
Phenomena.
audience. How are you all today? That was one thing. Context.
Mm,
Getting a context high.
Mm.
It's recorded. You can go.
mm.
Alrighty.
Logan just got us context high.
Context high. If I say hello, I'm talking to everyone. How are you all doing today, players?
I'm
Don't be
good.
rude.
Phenomenal.
Pretty
Good.
good.
Sleepy Fen is not a good Fen. You need to sleep. Take the advice you give me all the time. Well, yesterday was an interesting day. Who wants to recap? Somebody who was there, maybe.
Were any of us there?
I was there for half of it.
Oh, right. So why don't you do the first half and I'll take the second half.
All right. I mean, I know what happened because I read the recap, but
Then do the whole thing.
alrighty. So, after our morning constitutionals, we headed over to the beer forge, and Binksy joined us, and as well as Allure joined us, giving Kelly an opportunity to meet yet another Goa, which she was very excited about. We had been hearing rumors all morning about a horde of people coming this way, purple-skinned, attacking animals, and not speaking to anyone. So the group decided to go check out what happened in the forest, and also wanted to double check on Lark and Jastra since they lived out in the middle of the Bendian forest, and it was likely that this horde was going to be walking by them. We head out to the treehouse, and Saldana and Jastra have an awkward reunion in which there is little confusion. Jastra had asked if company was amenable, and one of the party members said yes, but maybe perhaps not talkative. So in an effort to try and give Saldana her space, Jastra may or may not have seemed to be giving Saldana the cold shoulder. So hopefully that miscommunication gets solved soon.
No, it did not.
Oh, goody.
It only got worse.
Oh, no. But as we are up there, Al looks out in the trees and realizes the horde that is supposed to be coming is early. Nathan uses mags to fly out and find that there are hundreds of them, very emaciated. And while we thought they were Braith, there are no tentacle hair. It's only tentacle mouthed, meaning that this is a group of Illithid, not Braith.
Speaking of emaciated, that cat seems to think that you haven't fed it.
Do you mind? I'm trying to give a recap. Thank you. So, as we are panicking over that, a sending is sent to Rydell to prep the defenses of the city. A discussion is had briefly on
I'm not
whether
sure why he was the first chosen, but okay. List of other people. Rydell's not at the top of my list of handle this crisis.
he's a council member at least, so there's that.
I guess, yeah, he's technically a council member.
Afra probably would have been the first of my list. Crisis, go to the head council person. Maybe.
Yeah, no, they sent the animal messenger that took 20 minutes to get there to for that one. Well, probably not 20, but probably 5 to 10 minutes to go to do that one.
This
Yeah,
is what
that was-
happens.
it's very-
I guess this is what happens when Tessa goes to bed. I'm kidding. The party decide to go out and meet with the Illithid to try and figure out what they want. And it turns out that they were all slaves in the East. And they're seeking asylum in the city. They are very hungry. And Jastra obliges and gives them lots of food to to try and feed this hungry illithid. Errol, knowing deep speech, was able to commune with them using their symbiotic entity. And they met the leader, which is Slethrach. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Slethrach. Okay.
It's like a sloth, then Ray, then the Loch Ness Monster.
All right. Errol vouches for the illithid, saying they're merely seeking asylum and they're just hungry, and talks begin today with the leaders at Cinderhaven. I'm assuming those talks are both for granting the illithid asylum and the goblin army deciding what to do with them?
We'll find out.
Okay, that was a little unclear, so I wasn't sure.
Yes, it was. Yeah, because but mostly it was about the asylum. So now I want to create a board game called Hungry Illithids with little illithid heads, and their tentacles just flail every time you just smack on the thing. I really want that now. So, hi everyone.
And there can be an expansion for it where you lengthen the tentacles and it actually slaps the players across the table.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Nice.
Slap attack.
Slap attack. The slap game.
You're really gonna slap your friends.
I had two older brothers growing up. That's the only game we played.
Well, they played.
Until they stopped growing at like 5'6", but you know.
Well, there you go. That's karma right there. Alrighty. Moments like this, I'm very glad I'm an only child. Except now I have like 3 brothers and sisters. 6 brothers and sisters. 7 brothers and sisters?
7 brothers.
8 brothers?
No, not that many.
I don't remember.
You have 6 brothers and 1 sister.
So 7 brothers and sisters. I just said that. You just said no, not that many.
I said 8.
Alright. I was right with 7. You could have nodded instead of like looking at me like funny. Help me out up here. I'm dying. Alright.
I will come and separate you two.
You're coming this Saturday to separate.
Yes, I am. Yeah,
I'm excited.
but not to actually separate. That
No,
That
not like
sounded
that.
weird.
Yeah, it did. That is fun. He's coming up to have breakfast with us and his fiance, and I'm very excited to meet Jess. So.
Yes, that's totally happening this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
you
You
told me
forgot
to
it
arrange
was-
it with Tessa, and then
Oh,
I
yeah,
just stopped
I
talking
don't
to you.
control my schedule. I don't even look at my calendar anymore. I just wake up and go, Tess, what am I doing today? You're doing this. Okay, great. And what? Why? Why did I agree to that? Why did I? Not for this instance, but quite often, unfortunately.
And usually I have to go, yes, you did.
Because I say yes to things when they're 3 months in advance, not thinking how I'm going to feel that day. But I always know how I'm going to feel. I just try to be. I'll totally be in the mood to do that. All right, let's get on with this. So, the party last night, Lark, at some point you would have come home, and you would have been told by Jastra that you're taking a vacation. We're moving to the other side of the city, or at least somewhere in the city, for a few days. As you've come home, the Green Iron Village, which the goblins have finally moved out of, is overrun by purplish, kind of tentacly mouthed creatures, and they are not food. So you are very confused. She says, also, we have no food. All the meat has been given to them, but there's still veggies and anything else, but all the meat has been given to them. They all look emaciated and very, very ill taken care of, but they look a little stronger today. As you got home last night, they look like they're actually starting to get ready. They're collecting things to make little beds and things, blankets, what they can. A few people brought back blankets after a few hours, but she says that we're not staying here for the duration until they're gone. So you've had a couple of offers. The goblins have offered for you to come and live with them. She is hesitant about that one. Rydell has offered for you guys to stay there if you want.
The
Talk about
no
an
offer from Saldana.
I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of.
I will
And
leave
I'm
it
not gonna
up
speak
to Jastra. So if she's more into going back,
The other option is you guys could just go get a hotel or an inn. Yes, Kelly?
Kelly does have a spare room at the temple, and Lark would know that it's currently vacant as well.
Right. Yeah, if it's vacant, I would throw that up and see what she thinks of that.
She thinks it's fine. I, however, am going to hurt Zach. All right. Attack of the Ill Ithids. That's good. All right. She says that would be fine. She's close to Barrel Run. She can go out for walks. She can relax. Still close to home if you guys need to get home in an emergency for any reason. Perfect. Yeah. So that would be great.
I'm going to be fishing to supply more food.
Okay. All right. So you guys taking care of that. It's one of those days. Sletherlock. God, it is close to Mesrlock. Same amount of symbols. Talk to the fantasy name generator. Sletherlock meets about halfway here with the council for the first initial meet and greet. He doesn't bring anybody with him. He just kind of comes alone. And they have a little bit of a powwow, and you guys probably would have heard of this, that they're talking a little bit about their refugee status, their asylum. But you don't have any details yet, which I'm sure you could get them, but you don't have any details yet. But that discussion did happen early this morning. Excuse me. Gosh. So then, what do you guys do? So Owen, you are now being asked to divide the guard between both sides of the city. So basically, instead of only having about half the guard in rotation for double shifts, you've got both sides now in rotation for double shifts, and you're starting to bring up some new recruits a little early. Although there are new recruits coming in all the time from all around the country, as this is now the capital. This will be the training grounds for the new army. And your job right now is mostly training people to train other people. You're training drill sergeants. You're training, people that are going to be training these people after they leave. So that's kind of what your major job is right now. Major job. Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine he hasn't slept in 3 days. But
probably not much.
Yeah, he's just keeping busy. That's what he does.
Okay. Is it Kelly?
Kelly went out earlier than even usual and went and purchased a bunch of goods and food and is currently distributing it at the refugee camp for the Illithids, making sure that they have warm blankets and extra food. She made sure that she was out there doing good for them.
Okay. Oshin?
Thinking of checking on Trey again, making sure that he's not doing anything really weird because of the whole Feywild thing.
Extremely weird yet.
Yeah.
He still takes his time in the mornings, or during the nights. He doesn't really move a lot. Man, it's a day. He doesn't isn't spending a lot of time talking as much as he was just right after he kind of woke up. He's kind of still processing all of it. But if you engage in conversation, he does engage a little bit more openly than he ever has before, and a little more coherently.
Yeah, it's not really any conversation about anything in particular,
Sure.
kind of like before. It's just like, hey, this is what I did today.
Cool. Yep.
Pip was spending the morning checking to make sure that the animals who lived in the forest weren't being overly displaced, because he had heard that the Illithids were attacking creatures. So he wanted to make sure that, especially because of his walks in the forest with Primeheart, that the animals were at least being respected, or that if there were any, because it's wintertime, I guess someone would be hibernating, that, the Illithids aren't going anywhere near like hibernation spots or nests.
So how do you accomplish that?
Like, he would just be seeing where the horde currently is, and just warning that, hey, there's various natural elements that are in the area that they might want to stay away from.
Kind of want to role play that out, but we're not going to. There is a severe language barrier. You don't speak anything they speak. And every time they try to communicate with you through what Pip eventually might discover as telepathy, it just sounds like static in your head. And so after a frustrating few moments of them trying to do that, they kind of just seem to lose interest in you and move on. Now, there's probably 2 or 3 groups of these. They do the buddy systems. There's always 2 of them. But there's probably 2 or 3 groups at a time leaving the Green Iron Village to go off in different directions to scavenge and hunt. And how are you, are you going to just follow one? Or are you going to try to jump back and forth between all of them to see where they're going and what they're doing? Or it seems a difficult task to try to keep in tab.
I would probably stick with the biggest group. If there's any of them.
It's always 2s.
Okay. Then I would go after the ones that, if there are any rarer creatures that Pip was aware of, that he would go with that group to kind of steer them away from those creatures.
Okay. How would you accomplish steering them away?
Pointing out various other edible things, like if there were fruits or roots or different types of plants.
Unfortunately, as we remembered last night, it's winter, so there's not a lot of plants out. There's a little bit, but not a lot. But also, anytime you would point out maybe a root or something, they refuse. Seems like they only eat meat.
Dang it. Okay.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm really curious about how you might go about doing that.
I didn't
would you start to use any sort of deception? Would you try to hide the hovels of these animals where they're hiding, or anything like that?
No. Pip's not very convincing as far as lying is concerned.
Well, I wasn't saying lying necessarily, but maybe covering up the entrances until they go away, and then opening them back up a little bit.
Sure.
Or
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, using survival skills to
that's what I was saying. Using survival skills to kind of mask them or guide them in different directions, or leave tracks to more appropriate animals for them to be eating. Cool. Okay. Great. Sorry, I kind of want to know what was going on. I wanted to get a sense of what it's like to deal with them. It's very difficult to deal with in these. All right. Did we get everyone? Cool. All right. So that's kind of been your morning. Did anybody throughout this morning, before they go to lunch, want to speak with anybody official about what's going on? Or are you guys just going to deal with it after?
I was going to try and catch Afra on my way back in after distributing food, just to kind of get a heads up, like, how to go.
Okay. As you, and again, she probably comes right through your area. She might even stop at your temple.
Sounds good.
So let's just pop in. So you're at your temple. You're just getting things together and ready. You've already delivered had your meat delivery sent out to the group. And a few moments later, Afra walks into the church.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. I've been up for hours, but good morning.
Same.
Yes, but you do it by choice.
Well, I wanted to make sure that I got some food out to the refugees and stuff, so...
They seem appreciative of it.
Well, that's good. How did the talks go?
They were difficult. We were talking through translators, and it was just very difficult. They, the way they speak with each other is almost on a psychic level, not like their telepathy, which evidently they have. But the speech they use is so primal and guttural. It's hard to convey complex concepts and ideas. But then sometimes they have full understanding of the most insane concepts, such as asylum. And anyway, they're here and they're requesting asylum. So they also said there's more on the way.
How many more?
They don't know. They just said there was more coming behind them.
I mean, that's whatever we can do. Can the city handle caring for that many people right now? I mean, what could I...
Sure.
Oh, 200 more? Okay, I thought... Sorry.
Well, it's 200 here, yes, but who knows how many they're going to come. But another 200? Okay, sure. Another 400? Maybe not.
Okay.
I don't know. It's a tough question.
Right, well,
we don't owe them anything, but we want to be hospitable and we want to take care of people. And we are now in what some are considering an economic upturn with the adventuring groups here.
And also war at our border. So, conundrum.
Yes, but what sort of nation do we become if we rely on mercenaries and refugees to fight our war?
I agree with you. I understand. It's a
I'm
pickle.
trying to change minds and hearts before we get to that point.
Well,
I don't know.
let me know what I can do. And she's going to take Afra's hand and give her a little kiss on her knuckles.
Yeah. Tea would be nice. Do you have some tea?
Always. I'll be right back. And
so
she'll go
get some tea.
Yeah.
And you come on back. She says they're going to be here sometime this week. And we've got the goblins over there, and we don't know what to do with them yet. They want quite a lot of money. But might be nice not to have to fully raise an army of our own. They've even offered to help train some, but they're not sure how it will translate, being goblin and short. We did mention that some of our warriors are short, but they insist that it's different having a full army that size. That's why they don't ally with Grey Render or bugbears. I don't understand what those are really. I mean, I know what a bugbear is, but a Grey Render, I've never heard of it.
Beast of some sort, I think.
Monstrous, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Large and kind of, gray. Huge claws. But like 6 eyes or something. It's very strange.
Must be good for rending, those claws.
I think that's the point.
Well, you tell us what you need, and...
I need answers. I need to know where they came from.
Well, I mean, we can work on that too.
I would appreciate that. Keep an eye on them and keeping your other eye on the goblins. Keep your third eye on the horizon. Donovan's still out there.
Yeah.
All right.
Any
Thank you for the tea.
Any peep of Donovan on your end?
Nothing.
Okay.
But he'll be back.
Hate to say it, but our side is divided plenty right now. It's not an inopportune moment. Keep your guard up, okay?
Yeah. And she'll finish her tea and then head out. All right. Anybody else? Owen.
Just one thing I forgot to mention is Owen definitely probably would have at least offered to translate because he does speak Undercommon.
Definitely, probably. Got it. Okay.
Depending on whether
perhaps
they really needed translators or whether he should have just gone about his regular, shenanigans.
I would say that for this time, they don't think about that. They don't think that you did. They wouldn't have called on you right away. But in the future, we can't have you do that. If it's gonna be something that important, I kind of want you to be.
Okay.
But Undercommon, that's good. All right. Where did Owen pick that up? Do I know that?
I think we discussed it at one point, but I can always refresh you.
All right. Yeah, we'll refresh later. No worries.
I have a question that I just thought about.
Please.
Do I have a cat with me today?
That's a good question.
Council's doing stuff, so I figured I should ask.
Natural 20, you get a third kitten, and they all come with you.
Yes, you definitely have one kitten today. Which one do you want? The master manipulator or the industry professional?
Gonna take
those memes yet.
Gonna take litter because Sparks almost learned Mage Hand last week, and that's scary.
Sparks almost did what now?
Learned Mage Hand from GB, and that's scary.
Oh yeah, that was pretty awesome. All right. So yes, you definitely have a cat. You have glitter with you, which is the colorful one, right? Not the white one.
Yeah.
Good. All right, so then lunchtime, you guys start to meet up.
Good morning.
Gotta make this easy. You guys just start meeting up.
Is it still morning?
Technically.
Awesome. Hey, Lark, how are you guys going? Hasheen? Pip, how are you?
Good.
No complaints.
Good.
I brought a wheelbarrow of fish to the Illithid this morning. They understood.
Oh. I thought you were going to say here. I don't think Abby would appreciate that, but that's good. That's a good idea.
Good.
Kip does not think that the rabbit population of the forest is going to recover anytime soon.
Tried sending some meat out as well, trying to make sure that they had other options.
That's not good. Rabbits are important to other things to eat them too.
Well, there's also the fact of, I may be wrong, but don't Illithid, if they get a bit too hungry, aren't brains on the menu?
Kip does not know.
I don't know.
Wasn't in the book? Did that not get included?
I didn't see anything in the recap.
We're trying a new system out, so
Okey-dokey.
we're gonna bear with us. I'm gonna give you guys this one. Yes, it was determined that that brains are definitely required, but not too often, and they don't have to be human necessarily.
Fish
but
have brains. They have eaten
They
fish
do
brains
not
today.
touch fish, though. Nothing fish, nothing crustacean.
So the wheelbarrow just sits there?
Evidently.
All right. If they don't eat it, I say fine, and I take the entire wheelbarrow over to the goblins so that my
Well, they'll
fishing
definitely do. They'll
didn't
definitely
go to
do,
waste.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
Well, Owen, you're more, we went to Curios last week. It's very strange. Are slaves allowed there? I'm trying to figure out where I know that these are coming from the east.
I believe. Yeah, I don't know anything about that, to be honest. Yeah.
And they're more on the way. And have you seen this symbol before? And she'll draw out the symbol of Gaina.
I'm sure he's heard about, but had he heard about that previous to this, or is it like something that exists? Yeah,
This
no.
is brand spanking new.
I heard about what happened. I have no idea. Certainly wasn't like that when I was there, but I've been gone for like 15 years, somewhere around there. So a lot could have happened.
Something.
You are old.
I am a bit older than most of the folks here. Thank you for pointing that out.
That's not that old.
It's not old. It's just not a spring chicken.
Well, at least the Dragon Sentinel are outlawed in Gyros, and everybody seems to be very, very obsessed with loyalty and not being caught by somebody and punishments, and so I'm not...
Well, it's not entirely different from what I remember. It was always law's always been a little bit harsher up there, but never like that. It's never about loyalty, it's about just following the law.
Seems to be loyalty to a religion more than anything else.
Yeah, again, that's weird. That must have been recent. And I do not like it, and I might have to check in with folks back home. But
Be careful.
It was really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I imagine.
Our group could have only been worse if we had Saldana with us, walking into a place where you're not allowed to worship anyone but this one goddess that you're supposed to be loyal to. Ugh.
Well, fortunately, Primeheart and I had our holy symbols tucked away.
Well, honestly, that explains a lot for me, because there would have been many times more opportunity to do something like... Kyros never would have caused problems at the border previous to this. Like, that wasn't part of who we were. It wasn't part of what the leadership was doing. We were happy to keep control of where we were. This is something else. And honestly, I'm afraid I don't know what we're dealing with.
I have the opinion that we are all vampire-worshipping heathens, so...
Well, there was a vampire in power for quite a while.
Yeah.
So I can understand how that can go through a very international game of telephone.
What is a telephone?
It's this thing a wizard told me about once. I don't really understand it.
It's a machine that lets you cast sending.
Ah.
Oh, GB
Sherlock is sending, so yeah.
Why didn't they name it Telestone?
This is a good question.
Might be trademarked.
Telestone. Is that from the Flintstones?
So, where do we want to head out from here? Do we want to deal with purple friends or green friends?
Well, Avarice, hoping we can get a little bit more information about where our purple friends have come from, and there's more on the way that should be arriving within the week.
Logan,
the
would I?
problem of
Oh, go ahead.
translation. It's hard to talk to the purple one. It just sounds
Well,
like.
I mean, you're not wrong. I do speak a bit of Undercommon, so I could potentially talk with them. But Logan, do I know anything about what countries would be the East? What suspects there would be for any kind of slavery like?
Off to the east, we did discuss the nation there. Possibly it does take slaves occasionally across the water, but we haven't gotten any details. So you've got kind of this vague idea of them. They're probably a very secretive nation. They don't do a lot, maybe a little bit of trade here and there in the outskirts, but overall, you're not really familiar with them much.
Yeah, so if we want, we can always head out there and I can translate for y'all.
I would like to help them any way I could, but they have refused my fish.
I mean, fair enough. I mean, they do kind of look a bit like octopi, so that might be why.
Yeah.
Maybe Pip can whip up some sausages, and those might work.
Have you offered them any pip tubes?
No, Pip was trying to keep them away from the other animals' tubes because the rabbits.
Let us bring one and see if they like it.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe they will eat it. Looks like Pip, so might try it at least.
Maybe one of the U ones.
One of the YouTubes, yes. Can Pip have a Pip tube with meat filling and a YouTube with meat filling and meat, as much meat as can fit into the tubes? Pip would like this.
Okay. Yeah, she ends up frying up a few corn dog like pip snacks, and getting that all ready for you.
Yes, this is good.
Okay.
I am ready. Whenever we would like to venture out.
Yeah. Do we want to confer with anyone first, or do we want to just head right out?
What could go wrong?
Well,
If
I'm not
there's-
going to start that list.
If there's anything specific that the city council wants to find out, we could try to find this out.
Yeah.
It is where they have come from is what they wish to know.
Oh,
Who had
Yeah.
enslaved them, I think.
Not
And
so
how many more are approaching? That would be good information.
Also, I'd like to know their intention of the duration of their stay. It sounds one thing, but if they're looking at staying permanently, then we need to start looking at solutions for that. Shall we?
I will hold the door.
Thank you kindly.
All right. So you guys head out.
Pip will leave a note for Callie that when she gets back from the outhouse that
Or you just wait
tell
for
them what-
Callie. I'm sure she'll want to go too. All right. So you guys talk to Ivy. Let her know where you're headed, just so we have an excuse to get Soxy out there with you when she gets in. and you start to head out to the forest. As you walk along, Lark, this is second nature to you now, so there's no real chance you can get lost. Same with Pip, having been out here so many times. Several of you have been out here several times as well, and it's a fairly easy. Not today. All right, so you guys continue walking along, and eventually you see the Green Iron Village, and Lark, you see your home way up in front of you. Several of these creatures are sort of stalking through the woods and looking for prey. As they see you, they kind of just turn and ignore you and continue moving on.
It seems we are not recognized as food. This is good.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, that's good.
Definitely good.
But Kelly, weren't you not saying the other night that you were so glad that Primeheart knew how to eat? Was this not what? Oh, Peep should.
Primeheart is very adept with his tongue. Yes, is what I was trying to convey. But no, not really. This situation is not applicable here.
Yes, Pip realized halfway through his sentence that it was not the type of. Okay.
No, I would imagine that tentacles would be very interesting as
All
well.
right,
But
so,
yeah, we're going to stop that.
Let's keep on this path here.
You
Just as
guys are
you hit
going
the
in
end
the
of
Come-
window, aren't you?
Just before you guys got the edge of the thing, you would have run into Soxy, and so she's with you now. I just want to make that easy, so we don't have to chase you around everywhere.
Covering
Don't need
Glitter's
to
ears as they
punish
have
Heather
that conversation.
just because she needed to be late because of work. She was taking care of animals and rescuing puppies and kittens. So, or just kittens.
It's a cat-only hospital, so just kitties. But yes,
Just kittens. Rescuing kittens. So that's
Butterflies.
and butterflies.
It's a
Kittens and
butterfly-only
butterflies to-
hospital.
And the butterflies to feed them to the kittens.
no.
Oh, okay.
To play with.
Hi guys,
Hello.
Hi, Soxy.
Hey, Soxy.
going out to meet the new residents then?
Yeah.
Can you speak static?
You mean that thing they were trying to do with Errol the other day? No, not at all.
Pip
But-
speaks it.
Don't
He
they
was
have-
demonstrating it earlier.
Don't they have spells you could cast to talk to people? Maybe we should get some scrolls of it or something like that.
Well, I speak a bit of Undercommon, so hopefully we can circumnavigate that this time, but definitely not a bad idea to have on hand.
That'd be good. When Errol, I don't know, what was it he called it? Shrooms out? He gets a bit intimidating. I mean, it's a little strange. I mean, I suppose that's not really much coming from a giant bug, but, you know.
Normally, when I hear the phrase "shrooms out," I think of something very different.
I have
Well-
seen Primeheart shrooming out.
No, I mean, literally, he had like mushrooms coming off
Oh.
of him,
Okay.
and he said his name was Colony.
Hmm.
But he seemed to speak, what did he call it? Deep speech.
Oh,
So he
yeah.
was talking to them.
I don't know that language.
I don't either. It sounded like a lot
Me
of
either.
grunting and clacking and really angry sounding, honestly.
Lark says in Primordial, do you understand this? Do you think they would understand this?
Why is Lark blowing through his mouth in this weird pattern? Is that a language that I don't know?
No,
I say
think you
hello to one of the Illithid in Primordial.
I think you just has pretty bad gas at the moment, but
So as you
Calliarus.
holler out in this language over as you're walking up, a couple of them kind of look at you strangely, but then they just turn and continue on.
Callie responds to Larkin Primordial. Yeah, I don't think they understand that one. But I do.
It is such a beautiful language.
I'm kind of fond of it.
What is happening?
I don't know.
I think we're going to be heading in to see if we can talk to whoever might be in charge.
Callie will pop back into comment. They don't
Makes
speak
sense.
Primordial. That's definitely for sure.
We tried, I think we tried Gnomish, and we tried Sylvan, and I think Nathan tried Infernal or Abyssal. I can never remember which one he speaks.
People's tried Giant and Frosh, and neither of those seem to prompt any sort of reaction from them.
Well, that would be interesting as hell if they somehow spoke Feroce, but nothing else.
I could try Celestial, Draconic, and Orc as well, but I think you've probably got the best bet there, Owen.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's kind of from their home turf.
Ask that one to take you to the leader.
Oh, I know which one that is. Well, I think I know which one that is.
Owen?
There's a lot of them.
Owen?
Yeah?
Their home turf, you said Undercommon, right? Like the drow speak?
Yeah.
Ask
Far
them
as I
about
understand.
Rinth.
Rinth?
Yeah.
Should I know anything about Rinth before I ask that question?
Rinth was loosely tied to the thing that happened with all the nightmares and Mawblade. If they're fleeing from slavery in the east, we don't know if that's east above ground or east below ground. And I'm a little bit curious.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, it's not a bad point at all. Well, I'm sure we'll get to that. That'll definitely come up.
Thanks. Sorry, just strange question.
Yeah.
I can tell you that the leader's name was Slethralach. Slethralach. Something like that. I can't really say it.
Slethralach. Yeah.
Slethralach.
There,
Maybe-
something
Okay.
like that.
Good thing
Maybe-
I'm not really talking. It's hard to say.
Maybe if we stand here and just say his name, he will show up.
Say it
Are
3
we ready?
times.
Are we ready to head in and actually start talking to him?
You know, there is a
Yep.
Feroce legend that under the blood moon, if you stare into a reflecting pond and you say the name of an ancestor 3 times, your ancestor will appear and try to kill you.
Was that entirely relevant?
Oshin said to say him 3, and it reminded Pip of his story from his home. That
Fair.
totally was not just made up. Just
Why would your ancestors want to kill you?
Pip's never tried it.
If they try to kill you, you know what you did. So that's how
Maybe
that
because
works.
they are cranky for being woken up. Pip does not know.
All right. But yeah, Slethralach, and he was, I only spoke to him through Iril because none of us could speak to them otherwise, but he seemed all right, as far as we could tell. They were really happy when Syl and I brought them more food, and they didn't try to eat anybody, so that's always a plus, right?
Most people are happy with it.
So when Errol talked to them, he'd use deep speech, not Undercommon, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah. In that case, Owen's just going to turn to a nearby elephant and just go, and just say, we need to speak to Seth the Rock in Undercommon, see if they respond.
So the elephant turns to you for a moment and just kind of stares at you. And then turns and starts walking away. And you think they were just walking away just to ignore you. But it looks like after a moment, they're making a pointed direction towards a large group. Having reached that group, talks to what seems to be the tallest one, or at least the one that stands as tall as possible, and turns and kind of points over. He turns and he is looking a little better than he was yesterday, Soxy. A little bit healthier, and his tentacles move a little bit more freely, and aren't just twitching like the others are. And he starts to walk over.
Oh yeah, that's him. Soxy waves.
No. Offer the gifts.
Oh, yes. Pip has brought various tube meats. Oh, and please translate.
In Undercommon, we will say, we have brought food for you.
Where did you learn Undercommon?
He learned it in conflict, in the army when they were dealing with a force that spoke Undercommon.
Your dialect is unfamiliar.
Well, I apologize. I'm a bit out of practice. That was in Undercommon, by the way. I'm just not going to do the weird noises.
How much food did you bring?
Smattering, enough for at least a couple folks to chow down on. Just something to talk over.
And what of your city's decision?
Well, we're still figuring that out. Unfortunately, there's a lot of red tape, but I think most folks are agreeable to, or at least sympathetic towards the situation. We'd just like to know a bit more before we make any final decisions.
What more must we tell you?
Well, we would like to know where exactly did you hail from that you were kept so, and how did you escape? Was there some sort of massive break? Did you all run free at the same time? What's going on?
We were freed by the heroes of Cinderhaven.
Really? You know specifically who?
Only the heroes of Cinderhaven. We don't know who they are.
Understandable. That is good to hear that we've had folks out there doing the good work.
They did their work here.
He's gonna just sidebar over to Kelly real quick. What was his name again? The
Rinth?
I don't suppose the name Rinth rings a bell.
When you say that, he takes a half step back and he just makes this horrible kind of squealing sound. And as he does, several of the others kind of mimic this squealing sound.
How do you know that name?
Well, we, long story short, we dealt with some of the forces that I think y'all have been dealing with.
Other worshippers here?
Not anymore. We took care of them.
Are you sure?
As far as I know, we really came into contact with basically one angry sword, or, sword-like thing. And, took it down, ended the nightmares, if that's what y'all have been dealing with.
We are not friends of those who worship the Spider Queen.
Me neither. I definitely can say that. I've yet to meet anyone who is a friend. who I've yet to meet anyone who is friends with those who worship this Matter Queen.
So you're sure the worshippers are not here?
Well, that I don't entirely know about. At least not to my knowledge. There are...
Has anyone tried to blacken the sky?
Not necessarily. I mean, the whole week of nightmare stuff, that definitely had an effect, but I don't think anyone specifically tried to blacken the sky, no.
And you have day and night.
We do indeed.
The sun exists.
That is true as well, yes.
And
no
shadow is cast over Sid Raven.
Nope, not currently. And if
What
you
do
ever
mean,
want to...
Not currently.
Well, I mean, there was a slight period where it was kind of cloudy for a long time, but that was more related to... a bit. It was some vampire shenanigans. I'm sure you understand. But that...
Was it a woman?
No, not to my knowledge. Nope.
He seems to relax a little bit after that. And he kind of calms down and nods.
Now, there are some groups that use spiders as their iconography. But they ain't no friends of ours, and if we knew where they were, or their intentions, we'd be just as happy as you do to deal with them.
Are they female? Or their leaders? Are they female?
Again, not to my knowledge. Can't say for sure.
Are you familiar with the race called Drow?
I've heard of them, yes.
Are any of them Drow?
Not that I've seen, no. Everyone we've seen appeared to be of non-Drow lineage.
The followers of Rinth swear to darken the skies, to live in the above world.
That is certainly something we would be opposed to.
They have a level of hubris that would rival even humans.
That's impressive.
If some group were using that symbol, it is possible that they are the followers of Rinth.
It's very good to know. We've kind of butted heads with that group a couple of times, and
none of them were Drow.
Nope, not that I could see.
The followers of Rinth are very dedicated and very headstrong. They would not use any but Drow.
In that case, we might be in the clear. Or, I hate to say it, potentially disguises were used. But that's just speculation. Either way, they are not welcome in the city, and I don't think you'll need to worry about anyone being sympathetic towards them.
Fine.
So
I assume you're translating all this for everyone else too as we go.
Yeah.
We're just not going to take the time to do that. So if anybody wants to chime in, just you do understand what's going on.
Is it all Drow that they have a problem with?
He'll translate whatever anyone asks.
Okay.
While the followers of Rinth do represent the majority of Drow, we have met some that are nice.
Okay, so any drow from a city above ground is fine. Then.
Maybe. Do you have drow in your city?
Did they meet the whole council? They would have met the only one I can think of. Besides the librarian.
I know of 2. That's the only ones I know of personally.
Are they female?
They do both happen to be female, yes.
Are they
One-
leaders?
One
Anifa.
is.
Are you sure that both aren't? It's very rare for one to not wish to be a leader.
When the whole nightmares thing and followers and we learned the name, after all that happened, the other one fled the city, and she really didn't seem like she followed. She was pretty upset by the whole thing.
Yeah, she was really adamant that she wanted to not be anywhere near the followers of Rinth and that whole situation.
Was she scared? It
Seemed
might
like
be hard to tell with your limited intelligence.
she seemed really scared. She said she didn't want to be around us again.
Then she may be an outcast. How does she live in a city such as this?
Same as most folk, really.
Go to work, earn a paycheck, eat tube-related foods, like everyone within the city.
I will say in translation, Owen removes any mention of tubes. Just point between blank character.
All right.
So, I don't think that'll be an issue. Certainly anything of the sort would definitely be on our shit list as well. So the question is, what do you need from us? Are you looking for temporary refuge while you figure out what you're doing? You looking to become part of the city? You looking to have your own establishment? What's your goals past survival?
We are lost. We have no home. We have no people. We are separate from others of our kind. We have nothing. We've turned to the home of our saviors, seeking a new home.
Alrighty. And would you prefer to have your own settlement within our confines, or do you want to be part of the city as a whole? Because that's going to be entirely up to you. Well, not entirely, but you just got to figure out where you're going to be most comfortable.
Our comfort is not a concern. We doubt that anyone would accept us closer than here. But if your city could look past its biases, then maybe we could join your city.
Well, it's not my decision to make alone, but I can definitely speak to what you said today and confer with everyone who needs to make that decision. I, for one, think we'll definitely be able to figure something out. It seems like definitely something we can work on together.
The way you govern your people, it's weak. No one will accept it, even if the city council deems it, and they don't have to accept it.
Again, not my decision to make.
And whether or not they accept it doesn't prevent us from doing the right thing.
Some would say the right thing would be to slaughter us or leave us to die.
Well, that's
that
definitely
what-
not me.
Yeah.
Well,
and
not everyone.
is that what you would prefer? Because that certainly doesn't fly with our moral compass.
We understand what we look like to you. We understand how you feel about the way that we must consume and grow.
You have not attempted to consume any of us so far. The details of that are... Would you come to a point where you would need living creatures to do so?
We lead living creatures now. Rarely. But we've no need for the higher intelligence. Livestock, for now. Eventually, we don't know. We've never been able to grow that strong.
Well, I for one can say that regardless of what is decided, that will never be on the table. Anyone who can speak for themselves or who lives in the city will always be off limits. But livestock can be done.
Livestock, cows, dogs, whatever.
It's weird that I have so much more rejection to dogs. Yeah, we'll figure out where that line is exactly, but I'm just letting you know right now. If it ever gets to the point where you're starting to hunger something a little smarter, that's going to be a hard stop.
In the meantime,
We
is there
are
anything?
aware.
Is there anything that we can bring you? Supplies? Any more supplies that you need? I'm happy to bring out more food, more beds, whatever you need.
We have nothing and no rights to seek out anything on our own. Until we grow strong, we're at your mercy.
What about ways to make you more comfortable?
Blankets, cold, axes, so we may chop wood.
Do you tend to live above ground, or do you tend to live in people lives in burrows?
We have no tendencies.
Oh,
Before we were released, we only lived as our master served.
Pip is just gonna dig down and start like creating a couple of burrows like that are interconnected. Just for the next bit, he's just gonna be digging.
I don't know if we asked this and maybe got an answer already and I missed it, but who was your master exactly? Do you know a name?
We don't.
What did he look like or anything like that? We're just trying to figure out.
He defies description. I don't have the words, but with the right components, I could show you.
What sort of components?
Let me find out.
I have paint and paper.
What did he make you do? Why did he want your people in particular? Was it because of the connection you all have to each other, or? And do you think your master's going to come for you here?
All right, so I'm gonna answer them, then I'll answer you.
We would need 2 fresh brains of the same type, same animal. Slaughtered no more than an hour. And 2 linked silver rings. any
Well-
size.
Will platinum work, or do they have to be silver?
They must be silver. And they must be linked. Most of us have a fog over what happened to us. We don't understand clearly, only that we were in pain and suffering.
I can easily provide the brains of the same creature if a chicken will work.
The larger the better.
How long ago were you let go? How long ago were you freed, or?
We don't know. We've been walking for weeks.
I imagine if it was because of what we did, I imagine the end of the Week of Nightmares is probably pretty close to it.
That was only 2 weeks ago or so. It wasn't.
Or when
I
we
think-
closed the portal to the Shadowfell.
That's also possible. We did both of those things, honestly.
You guys described some sort of psychic creature pulling at you.
I thought this sounds. It could be just grasping at straws. The link that I have, that they can talk to each other or whatever through their minds, that's very similar to what the Nocturne did. So I was wondering if they were kept because study or I don't know. That would be someone, and if they were freed by the heroes of Cinderhaven, that's what happened to Soxy and me. Was we were freed by people that ended up saving Cinderhaven. I don't. It just sounds really familiar. I don't know. It's just.
No, I agree with you. There's definitely some similarities to what happened to you and me. They also don't seem to remember everything, which is pretty similar to what happened to us.
Do you know how many more are following?
We didn't even know how many of us there were. We just know that more are coming.
Are they going to be just as hungry, just so we could try to get things ready?
You know as much as I do.
I am aware of somebody who can make blankets.
Yeah, we can go back to the city and gather more blankets and get more food and also the rings that you require. We could try and find if chickens will work. I know you said the larger the better. We can try and find something larger, but I can at least guarantee that the chickens will be very fresh.
Larger or more intelligent.
Understood.
I was thinking of Mo for the blankets.
Mo is a good choice.
Yeah.
All right. We'll take care of as much of that as we can, and we'll return to you whenever we can.
As quickly as possible so we can keep you warm and fed.
We look forward to it.
And Owen will start stepping away.
And he turns and heads back to his group.
Um,
Oh, yeah, Pip, sorry.
So, just point out the fact that, like, as much as he was able to do in whatever amount of time they were working with,
Sure.
that it's going to be at least there's not going to be weather under the ground, and so it's going to be a little bit more temperature regulated. that it probably wasn't deep enough to really get into the that cellar temp type feeling, but it at least won't be exposed to the night air and
as they're walking away, Owen will just point out, well, we do happen to have a recently vacated cavern system up the mountain that potentially could. I was thinking about potentially using that as a strategic point, but I feel it's a more immediate need.
Yeah.
That's actually a really good point.
You mean the Goa mines?
Yeah.
We talked about that yesterday, actually. We were debating whether or not we should do that. But, I mean, if the city's all right with it, it's definitely a good option. And it's not like we're all going to live there. So...
Yeah, we've kind of already got our headquarters. We don't need a secret cave lair.
So
exactly.
Do you have this strange feeling in your mind that you guys actually did that last night? Because I'm trying to remember now if you guys we ended up moving them over there or not. I don't think so. I think they took over the Green Iron Village for now, right? Yeah.
No,
okay.
you said they took over Green Iron, but we did talk about letting them have the Goa mines because the 2 Goa that are living with Syl don't want to go back, and we know that
stripped it clean.
Yeah, First and the others have already left, but they're already dug out and set up, and there's ways to warm them, so it's potentially a good place for them to live.
And it's our territory, so we know that the other adventuring groups won't go after them living out in the forest.
It does mean, however, that if anything goes wrong with this arrangement, and trust me, I'm counting on something to go wrong, it will be entirely our jurisdiction. And our fault.
Can't imagine why.
Yeah,
you are not responsible for what happens on your territory.
Fair, but people will certainly not see it that way when we were the ones to suggest.
The city's the one that granted asylum, not you. So you just offer the place for them to stay. I don't think you'll have as much of a problem as you think if things go wrong.
Yeah, if they're in the
mountains.
Slip
up there? I'm so sorry. I meant it.
Yeah, and now, since I'm very nervous, if they're in the mountains, they're very far from the city, not as close as Green Iron Village.
Yep.
Also true.
It's about the same. It's about 1.5 miles each way.
Slightly more remote. It's more difficult terrain.
Yeah.
It is not some place that people go as often. Yes, correct. Plus, there's that nice 4-foot fence on that side of the city, and then of course there's 2,000 goblins between you and them at that point, at least for now.
Have they met the goblins?
Not yet, no. They're on kind of opposite sides of the city right now, so they haven't.
Sorry.
Well, Pip, do you think Tip to Tail would have brains? I mean, they are a butcher. I don't know if they have fresh cattle or anything like that.
They might, but Pip should be able to find larger brains.
Couldn't we just go buy something?
Go to the auctions. Get 2 of something.
Yeah,
they have to be 1 time a year or twice a year. They're not open right now.
Yeah, we could.
Doesn't mean you can't find livestock for sale.
We could just buy some. I mean, that too. But I didn't know if you wanted to stretch your hunting muscles, Pip.
This is what Pip was thinking, but the bears are sleeping, and Pip does not feel right about hunting the bears while they are sleeping.
And go for a deer or something, or a really big deer.
Right, but he said the brains had to be from the same kind of animal, and it had to be killed pretty recently. So the only problem is, can we find 2 deer together close enough and fast enough?
You try hunting 2 deer at the same time. No.
I don't hunt anything ever, so
neither do I.
So the way I see it, we got 2 options. 1, we buy livestock, we go the easier route. Or 2, could always go by the chalice, see if they have any particularly interesting beasties to fight, and then offer to take the brains off their hands. So we're done.
I like that plan.
Our dungeon boss just gave me a hero die.
We've got to go back to the city anyway, so might as well, see if they've got something.
Yeah, that's not a bad option.
Possibly we should acquire the rings before the brains.
Yeah, we'll get everything ready beforehand.
I like this plan, though.
Was there anything else? Just those 2 items?
No. I mean, they need blankets and more food, which we can also get easily.
We'll get those in the motion while we get everything set up.
Well, maybe, I mean, if we're going to kill something in the chalice anyway, then maybe we could take those animals and bring that meat to them anyway, since we've got to bring them the brains.
Yeah, just bring the whole thing here.
I've got a bag of holding, so we can shove a lot of things in there, and I can carry a lot.
Last time we went to the chalice, it didn't go very well.
Oh, well, but this time we're going to hunt animals. We've done better with those.
We're going to ask for something that's not a really hard challenge, a really fairly simple one, I guess. But as long as there's 2 of them, that's all that matters, is that there's 2 of them. Not.
What if there was a rodeo? We could go and wrangle the goats or the sheep, and then just and take them.
Well, the whole thing is, I was thinking that they did specifically say the bigger the brains, the better. I figure we're probably going to find something with bigger or better brains than the chalice than we will on the livestock.
Sheep are pretty stupid.
Probably, but okay.
Sheep are very stupid. This is very true.
Then I would like to deliver them some more food and blankets than before we do it, so they're not cold and hungry while we're fighting in the chalice.
Well, maybe we could divide and conquer, so to speak. So, like, some of us go to the chalice and sign us up to fight something. Some of us go get food and take it back to them, and then we meet in the middle.
And then we fight in the chalice.
Right.
That sounds as good a plan as any.
Okay. Simply because you're the only one that can actually speak to them, I vote that Owen takes food to the people, because none of the rest of us can...
I'll probably bring a couple guard along to carry goods, maybe a wagon, something like that.
I'd like to go with you, Owen, please.
Definitely.
Thank you.
The other day, Syl and I had to use the bags of holding because it was really, really hard to get a wagon through all the snow. So I can go
It just
with
needs
you.
some rails on it.
Right. In the meantime, while we wait till the thaw so that the goblins can build that, I can come with you and use my bag of holding.
Sounds like a plan.
Alright, so that means Pip, O'Sheen, and Lark get to go to the chalice and sign us up and decide what we're fighting.
If they do have 2 of something beast-like available.
Don't we go to find livestock first instead of large, dangerous creatures?
Well, I mean, we can skip it if you like.
Maybe we can find, I don't know, something really big. I can't think of anything.
Well,
just thinking that all of the things that we can actually kill in the chalice can actually kill us too.
Right, but then we get brought back, so it's kind of a win-win.
Also,
and we get
have
paid.
to go for a hard challenge. We can go for something easy. It's just something easy but big. And there's 6 of us against 2. Yeah. If we find something like the crocodile things again, if we had 6 people, it would have been really easy. The only reason we had trouble was because 4 people and.
Here's the thing: is that the chalice is about entertainment, not about animal parts, unless they are our parts that are being
I was
removed.
just offering it as an option to find brains we might not otherwise find. If we want to go with livestock, that works too.
Well,
they did not say exotic brains; they just said large.
Yeah, and the things that you fight till the death there are big creatures that are trying to kill you. So, they're going to go to waste if someone else fights them. But what do they even do with the pieces that's left. Could
I
throw them
don't
away.
know.
If we
Well-
do it, we can ask for it.
We could ask,
Just
and
use-
I mean, honestly, we don't even know what kind of options is going to be. So you guys could at least go ask at the chalice what kind of challenges
True.
they have, and see if there's anything we've taken on that we think is reasonable. And if there's not, then go buy cows
True.
or something.
Pip agrees with this logic.
And if there is something we can fight and take on, we might actually break even a little bit on all the meat and things we've been spending money on for them. Not that I begrudge them it; they need it, but that would also
We're
be
spending
nice.
a lot of money out of our pockets when they're seeking asylum from the city and not us specifically.
We might get reimbursed later, but with the way things are taking so long in the city right now until the government gets itself more set up, I'd rather they not starve waiting for the red tape to get cut.
Yeah, makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, I can see about potentially getting things reimbursed later, but we haven't really had to
I
deal
don't
with
need
this
to
so
be
far.
reimbursed. It's fine.
That's good to know.
I don't particularly care to be reimbursed either.
Fair. So, shall we?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
All right, so you break up. I mean, you split up. You go different ways. So my top row, Lark, Oshin, and Pip, I believe, are going where?
To the chalice to inquire as to what kind of fights they would be able
Got
to.
it. And the bottom row there, you guys are doing what now?
Bringing supplies and food and everything back out to the.
And I think we were getting the rings too.
yeah,
Mhm.
that too.
Okay, where are you
Yeah.
going to find these rings?
I was going to go to Arland because it sounds like there's
Perfect.
some sort of spell component.
They are a spell component, and he does have them. Absolutely, they are worth 6.
Done. I'll pay for them.
There's 2 small little hoops that are just linked together. He says he has some gag ones, which you can separate if you were interested.
Not this time, but thank you.
All right, so you guys get those. You get some food, and you head back out. And you're gonna come back.
And
after
blankets,
that.
yeah. As many blankets and
Blankets.
coats and cowlies.
It's winter. You can find all the blankets and coats you want.
Okay, just let me know what to mark off money-wise.
Well, however much 200 winter blankets is, or however many you're buying.
All right.
Or winter blankets and winter clothing. If that's what you're buying, those are in the book, and you can
Okay.
you can find out how much they're.
Oh, I will.
There's 200 and
I'll take care of it.
there's 279 of them.
Does Mo donate any of it?
Yes, Mo would be glad to donate a few things, but he doesn't have anything made for anybody that's not his size. So he's like, if you need
Blankets.
fabric, it's there. He has a few blankets, so he'll probably have 5 blankets you can have, because that's one for every room that was there. But he doesn't have anything more than that.
Blankets are 5 silver.
You said 200 and how many people?
79. So 274 after you get Mo's 5 blankets.
Okay. All right.
All right. So you guys take care of that. The rest of you. Yeah, stop looking at chat. The rest of you, I have horrible visuals in my head now.
You didn't watch the Chaotic Goodness live show, did you?
I have not had a chance yet. No.
You will understand. the
Denny,
pain.
hello, Denny. Thank you
Once
for
you
coming
do.
by. Really appreciate that. Have some lurkers. Okay, lurky jerky. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Yes, you distracted me. Congratulations. Seems like a strange thing to be proud of. All right. So, what is it? Weird Flex? Is that the new thing?
Yeah, weird
Strange
flex,
flex.
but okay.
Weird Flex, but okay. All right, good. I got it now. I'll use it right next time. Next time I use it, though, it won't be a thing anymore. That's what happens when you get old. So, anyways, moving forward. Sorry. The 3 of you arrive at the Chalice, and Chalice is packed. It is very, very packed. There's a lot of people there that look like they're fighting as well. And as you go up, what is it after you find a handler? What is it that you are asking for exactly?
Something that comes in pairs.
That can be killed and harvested for parts.
Yeah, that you'll let us have after we're done.
Mostly the brains.
But the brains are really not important. You don't even care about the brains.
All right. Let's see here.
So, like 2 dire cows, if you have them, or 2, bear cubs, if you have them.
Hey now,
or...
no.
A cub? No, not a cub.
I'm not fighting a bear.
Yeah,
So we do have.
I adopt the bears.
All right. We do have. Let's see here. Not a lot of options with your restrictions.
Or 3s or 4s. Doesn't have to be a pair necessarily.
Yes, I'm looking for anything of 2 or up.
The same thing.
Let's see here. We have 2 sort of large lizard-like creatures. Let's see. They kind of look like overgrown snapping turtles with a large tail with a club on their tail, spines all over their backs. So we have a couple of those. Actually, three of those. If you want, but that's a little below you. Your level is your tiers are
next.
No. I'm saying that now next because you don't want to fight that's beneath you.
No, it's because lizards have very small brains.
Oh well, these are very large creatures. But all right, let's move on.
The brain gets bigger as the creature gets bigger. The brain gets bigger. I think I don't actually know.
So big.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, we have several hulking crabs. Would that work?
Where do crabs keep their brain? Do you know? Do we either? You know?
I'm not aware. No,
inside
I'm sorry.
The shell.
With the rest of it. Sorry. Let's see here. No bears. Okay.
No cats.
Okay. No cats.
It's like going out to eat with the pickiest eaters of all fucking time.
Oh, we're experimenting with a new water-based encounters with which has 3 giant octopus in it. Would that work for you?
It can't come from water.
Oh, okay. Strange. All right.
It's okay. Normally we would go to the chalice and we're like, yeah, just sign us up for anything. It's fine. We can be picky one.
It's like every waiter's worst nightmare. I don't want gluten and I don't want meat and I don't want this and it can't have come from the dirt. It has to have come off of a tree. And
we have a herd of stench cows.
Are they white? We can only fight white creatures.
No, this is wrong. Why only white creatures?
I was telling a joke. It was a food joke.
Okay.
And they can't touch each other.
And no creatures that cast a shadow.
Separated. Go back to the last creature you said.
The stench cow. There's a herd of stench cow. We don't think they're very difficult, but there are quite a lot of them, and we just thought it might be more comedic than any. They're considered a pest, so there's no nobody really worries about them.
Is the stench cow a nickname? Do they go by anything else?
No, the stench cow is their absolute full regular name, and for good reason. They're kind of like if you mix cows with skunks.
Oh. Then Pip does not find this offensive.
Okay.
You
You
know how to
will,
get-
but okay.
Pip, you know how to get stench off, right? Because
Yes.
the Fenijacks,
Pip has a recipe for it.
Yeah, okay.
I'll be sleeping alone tonight.
Me too.
Oh, you want the herd of stench cows, huh? Nobody else has taken it yet. That's interesting.
Or the lizards, either of those.
Yeah, the lizards are...
Well, you said the lizards are too tiny. You said they have small brains. You don't want that. You want the big brains, right?
Well, we don't
These
need a
things
whole
definitely
lot.
have
We can
large heads. I'm sure their brains are massive, and cow brains, normal sized cow brains, you can see at the butcher. So yes, these are probably twice as.
Let's give it a shot.
All right.
What is the
So,
objective for the stench cow herd?
To destroy them.
All
in the most
all of them.
entertaining way possible. I don't think they're going to let you not.
Okay.
Excellent. So,
Okay.
In about 2 hours, we can get you in. Is that a good thing? Good
That
timing?
sounds good.
Actually, you know what? Let's make it 3 hours, but right before our lunch break. That way we can clean things.
Okay,
Very well.
that makes sense.
So, are we going to be able to depart rapidly after defeating the stench?
Well, it is quite beneath you. So you're kind of where we have you on this list here. So there's not a lot of prize money unless you get bonuses for being extremely entertaining, standing ovations, and things like that. So you'll kind of have to figure that out. But if you're not worried about the money and you just need the brains, then I assume you could just take whatever you want and leave. And we'll be right there. We always are.
Okay.
We can still sign a few autographs on the way out, which is okay.
I'm sure you could. Yes, absolutely. We would appreciate that.
Peepy's hoping that he can make one small request.
Sure.
That there is a large bow tied to the back of the stench cow's head. All of them.
All right. I will do my best and see if we can do that. It sounds it sounds entertaining. I think that we can arrange.
Okay.
Are you making them friends?
Oh, you know what?
Presents.
Anyway, we'll see you guys in a few hours.
Okay.
Goodbye.
And you guys head off and meet up with your friends.
Did you say stench cows?
Yeah. Well,
A herd of them.
How big is the herd of stench cows? And what's a stench cow?
a pest, apparently.
I mean,
smells
is
really
it
bad.
just a normal cow?
No, they said that the head is twice as big as a normal cow, and there is a herd.
As much as I initially hated this idea of just killing a bunch of smelly cows, it does make a lot of sense. Because if we can bring back as many of those brains as possible, that's a hell of an offering on top of the ritual.
Yeah.
And it is very
Okay.
nutritious for them.
Yeah.
Sorry, Oshin, I did not mean to.
I was just say we could take the whole cow. That's a lot of beef that no one else is going to use.
Stink beef.
Yeah, but it's something.
True.
For this, we may actually need a cart or two for this. I don't think we're going to get a cow, no matter the size, in a bag of holding.
Well, I could
Well,
probably
maybe
get
one, but not one that. But, quick question. Does the meat smell? I mean,
We will find out.
call me crazy,
We will
but
find
they
out.
might
Correct.
not want to eat. Well, I mean, they might be hungry enough they don't care, but they might not want to eat meat that smells like skunk.
But they did not have noses.
Also,
Not all animals use noses, and Soxy points at her own face. I don't have one.
keep in mind it is also too late. We have already signed up. It is already happening.
Yeah.
True.
Also, I'd be surprised if the stench, if they are like skunks, I don't think skunks' brains smell like skunk. I think it's a thing they have to produce.
It's
That's
it's like the Pips thing.
all right.
I think I don't actually know how that works on furs or skunks.
Did you get the rings and the?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, we got
that
the
all
rings.
set up.
And we took them some blankets and some food and stuff.
Okay. So you guys heading back to the chalice?
I
Yep.
guess so.
I'm
Okay.
gonna take Glitter home, but then I'm gonna go back to the chalice after that.
Okay.
And Owen will
I didn't
just
forget
get...
Glitter was there. I just couldn't get a good moment to get in.
He's
I
been
was gonna-
sleeping the whole time. I have a
He
baby sling and he's asleep in it. That's exactly what happened.
That's very cute.
You should buy him a ticket, and he can watch from the crowd.
But he's so little, he can't see over the ledge, balcony.
Now, one thing that just occurred to me.
Oh.
They said it had to be recently killed. Did they ever specify how recent?
In an hour.
Within an hour, yes.
Can we get those brains out there within an hour? All right.
Depending on how many autographs you sign.
Mm-hmm.
Owen's gonna go ahead and make sure we have like a cart and like stuff to load stuff and like make the proper arrangements to get everything good to go as soon as we're done.
Okay, so if we're leaving and people try to stop us, I will turn invisible and run. I can't go very far because I can't stay invisible for very long, but I can get past people because they won't see me because I will be invisible.
I can disguise myself and I can turn someone else invisible.
All right. So you guys make it back to the chalice, and there is a palpable stench in the air. It's sort of cow manure mixed with skunk smell. It's a little reminiscent of Phenogex, but a little more earthy and a little less kind of sharp than either skunk or Phenogex. But it is definitely not pleasant.
Well, that is a smell.
Yes. Don't worry, it goes away after probably never. Right this way.
Owen's going to make sure he's not in his like actual uniform or anything he needs to wear later on.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So you were provided lockers if there's anything you want to take off or leave behind. They highly recommend it. And then afterwards they take you into a room. It's got.
You cut out for a second.
There you are.
There you go.
So they take you into this room. It's similar to the rooms you're used to. Kind of on the edge of the arena, except normally you can kind of see through the cracks and things. You see the light outside. You can't here for some reason. It's a 12 by 12 room, and there's nothing else in here. There's a pillar right in the center of the room, and it's a fairly short ceiling. It's only about an 8.5 foot ceiling. So you're kind of Oshin and Lark. You're kind of like just barely scraping with your hairs there. So you're there, and they're like, "Wait, you guys ready? You guys good?"
Ready as we'll ever be.
All right.
Yeah.
And they shut the door, and nothing really happens for a moment. After just a couple of ticks, all of a sudden, the floor kind of shakes a little, and you get this kind of weird sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach. The entire room is moving. A few minutes later, you hear the crowd kind of appear from one wall, the sound of it just kind of coming through, and then all of a sudden the crowd is surrounding you on all sides, and the room stops moving. Kind of feels like it locks into place and becomes solid again. You hear the stink cows announced, and then the stench cows, excuse me. And then you are announced. And And as you announce, the 4 walls fall down away from you. You are standing on a platform with no walls, no, just the one pillar on the inside, about 30 feet above the arena, which is completely filled wall to wall with large cow-like creatures that are kind of snarling, and they seem to have sharper teeth and large horns, and they are not pleasant to look at. Those of you that might be concerned about large amounts of animals and things, the meat is usually not considered good for eating, and they are considered a pest. On several levels because of the way that they destroy livestock and are aggressive. So it's very often in the wild or anywhere they would be killed on sight. Hey, now.
You summoned me!
You go back. You go back. Get out of here.
I throw pesk at them. They are snacks.
They probably are the best. All right. And the crowd is kind of looking at you all expectantly, hanging at basically eye level with some of the higher tiers of the or the mid tier of the audience, waiting for you to do something.
So
well
we're
done.
not rolling anything, by the way. You guys are just going to let me know what you do. Do understand, though, anybody that gets down there is going to get hurt. Probably not devastatingly so, but you're going to get hurt. Trampled, gored, mauled. These things are not nice.
So Pip, knowing full well about what's going to happen, he kind of stretches and pulls out his sword. And are the bows around the?
And every single one of them has a different colored bow.
Perfect.
Tied behind the back of their head. Not all of them are staying on, and some of them are torn at this point. But they're all wearing just this rainbow, horrid rainbow, dirty mess now.
So because when Pip goes into a rage, Pip, when he is adjacent to a creature, all of his allies get bonuses to attack against the creature, right? So if Pip jumps into the herd of creatures, he is adjacent to the entire herd. So no matter which ones you guys attack, you will get the. I don't
think that's how it works, but all right.
I have a quick question. Well, okay.
Sure.
2 quick questions.
One?
One is, do they have
one?
2? Do they have hooves?
They sort of have hoovy, sort of spiky hooves. They leave like little kind of like almost like they're wearing high heels. They just kind of dig in spikes into the ground as they run around.
Strange.
Very pointed sort of hooves.
Would they slip on ball bearings?
You would think not really. Maybe a little. It might become difficult for them, but they're not going to. I mean, they could trip just like any other creature. Yes, you would say that. They're not any more susceptible.
Okay. Second question: are we actually physically dealing blows, or are we just going crazy and saying we kill things because
whatever
it's a bunch of giant cows?
You want to do to make this entertaining? So that's up to you.
Are there any balconies or vantage points that overlook everything?
You're in it. You are literally above the entire arena.
But somewhere more dramatic.
Other than that, it depends on how good you are, which Owen is very good. Crossing over that threshold, remember, the rule becomes that if the audience wants to, they can start to participate. And one way or another. So you got to be careful when you start to cross that threshold. But yes, there's probably a few box seats that you could maybe swing to. As you kind of see, there's this new framework up above. If you had some sort of rope or a grappling hook or something, you might be able to swing over. But you're not sure how you might get this platform to move. It doesn't look like it moves very much.
Owen is going to look up and find what looks like the fanciest box seat with the most wealthy patron.
Okay.
He's going to cast Dimension Door so that he appears standing on the ledge above it.
All right.
He's going to give a slight bow to whoever's in the box, spin around, and throw down a fireball into the horde.
All right, beautiful. So as you appear there, they just look shocked and they get all giddy that you're like up there now, and they're not they're dressed really extremely nicely. You're not sure who they are. You don't recognize them necessarily. They might be from out of town. This is becoming very popular, or they might be moving to town, as there's a lot of people coming into the city now because of how successful things are in the new adventuring guilds. But here, they obviously know who you are. And the two women that are in there just get all giddy. One's older and one's younger, probably mother-daughter. They get a little giddy, they start giggling, and as you turn and you throw the fireball down, the entire crowd around erupts into roars as the fireball doesn't actually end up killing any of them. It hurts a lot of them, and then they start kind of meat grinding into each other, and it is not a wonderful sight, but it is entertaining. Who's next? Yes, Kelly.
Kelly is going to use, before she hops down, she's going to use Wall of Water to basically put a centered wall up where she is standing. Because this is up too, so I think you can probably shape it a little bit.
Since you are really quiet and then you just spiked really loud and came back to really quiet. Do you know any idea why?
No idea.
I think we need to get you into a new USB port. I think. Are you going through your I
don't think so. I thought I had...
Okay, no worries. We'll figure it out. So go ahead.
So she's going to cast Wall of Water on herself and basically center it on her as a little breathing bubble so she doesn't have to breathe cow smell. She could just breathe the water instead. And then hop down and start doing Word of Radiance bursts as she's going.
Nice.
Hitting everything around her. So she doesn't have to breathe cow. She doesn't have to get cow on her and just continue to do damage while she does
So you're
that.
basically water bending water around you as a protective suit. And you can breathe it, which is no problem. And while casting radiant magic and just destroying cows left and right.
Yep.
Awesome. As you're doing that, though, the cows are coming over, and these long, large horns and their spiky hooves do penetrate that water to a degree, and they do still hit you. But obviously, the stench that they seem to be spraying out of them in different places does not get on you. So you're good there.
In different places?
There's two. It seems like it's coming out the front and the back. So we'll discuss that later.
Fair.
Oh boy.
Me?
If you're ready.
Yeah. I'm going to cast Plant Growth, which is a 100-foot radius.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I can exclude one area from my growth, and I'm going to exclude the center of it. And then I'm going to grow plants and trap them all. And then I'm going to... Misty Step to the center of that and start swinging my axe around to anything that crosses into out of the plants.
So as these plants kind of grow up out of the ground all around, excluding the center where Callie is, and you guys are going to be jumping down, a lot of the cows, instead of running and now into each other, they're kind of start to trip and pull against these vines that have grown out of the ground, catching on their horns and their hooves as they just struggle against them. And then you step down with this very unique axe that has become a signature lark with this weird wobbly swinging head, which is kind of like your personality. It's kind of weird and wobbly and all over the place. But when it hits hard. And you use it very effectively to start to slaughter these animals left and right. They do get quite a few good hits in on themselves, but yeah, for the most part, you are very successful. Oshin?
Oshin jumps down and is using the sword for a little bit, but because they were told to be entertaining, basically pulls up, hops onto one of the cows, literally takes the bull by the horns, and starts trying to ram its head into other ones to use the cow to take out other cows, because that seemed more entertaining.
Yes, so you're kind of guiding the chaos a little bit instead of just causing it yourself. I love that. That's really, really good. As you jump up and you start to ram this one into him, and this one falls from being kind of attacked by its allies, and no allies here, but except you guys, but attacked by some of the other ones. You leap to the next one and continue your rampage. Pip, did we do you? No, you're up, right?
No, yeah.
So Pip pulls out his sword and declares to the crowd, Pip will now open his presents, and jumps down into the crowd and only aims for the bows.
Right.
With his sword.
So you're lopping heads off, basically, is what you're saying.
Well,
nice.
Yeah, I mean, Shatterspike gets a bonus damage against objects, right?
All right. So yes, you so you start to aim down and just lop through necks. You may not necessarily get all the way through all the time, but you definitely do cut through quite a few of these monstrous creatures. Sucks.
Okay.
Do you? No, you're last, right?
Yeah. So is the wall of water only wrapped around Callie, or is it flowing
I think so, yeah.
through the area? And how tall are the vines?
They're difficult terrain.
Okay. So Soxy kind of looks down and is like, all right. She pulls out her shield and puts it on her feet and opens up her wings. She's going to coast down, dive bombing basically at the cows for the 30 feet, but smashing into them with her shield, trying to knock them over with her shove attack from her shield master feet.
All right.
And then she's going to ride...
Literally, shield master feet.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's basically going to use her wings for balance and kind of hop across all of the cows and just smash her flail into them as she's going, riding the wave of angry cows and bouncing around on her shield.
Basically, cloud kicker is what you're telling me.
Sure, yeah.
You're Kit Cow Surfer. Got it. No, I love that. I think it's a great visual. Good job. So yeah, the crowd goes crazy at this as well. So you guys end up eventually finishing up and slaughtering the last of these creatures, or they're slaughtering themselves. They do kind of make horrendous sounds, and every time one expires, they kind of release all of their stench fluid, which is all over the place, and literally just everywhere. You other than Callie, who has this liquid praetorier. Oh my god, my brain. Liquid barrier protecting her. Protective barrier is what I was trying to say. And I made it one word. Everyone just smells horrid. The whole place does, and the audience seems to love it, even though they smell. The first few rows did get wet. Absolutely,
there was a splash zone.
There was definitely a splash zone.
Oh God.
So afterwards, you start to get the idea that you understand why these are nuisance creatures, and although it may not have been the best way to get rid of them, at least you did it quickly, and I think some of you, looking at your faces and looking how you act, you might think twice about participating in this type of event before or again, but you took care of it. You took care of it quickly and didn't worry too much about it. But you made it very entertaining. So you are paid after the event. You are paid each 50 gold, which is about the max you can earn from the entertainment of this level of event that had zero kind of risk to it. And you of course are welcome to take as many of the stench cows as you wish.
Can we pay to have them shipped, carted out for us, since they're going to have to dispose of them anyway?
I'm sure somebody would pay for them.
We are not going to eat the meat. I don't think it is good. Just the brains. Maybe more than two.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just get as many brains as we can carry and, bring them out.
Soxy just opens up the bag of holding and lets you guys shove the brains in.
Callie is
Alright,
keeping
so-
the wall of water up until we leave the chalice. Like,
gone.
nope.
Like I'll use the cow. I'll get the like braid from the cow that I was just on because I assumed that was one of the last ones alive. So yeah, so got more time with that
I
one.
apologize. This episode is ruining people. Sorry, Oshin. Yes. So the problem is that the cow brains themselves. I don't know if you've ever seen a video on how to extract a cow brain, but cow brains themselves are hard enough to get to. These are larger and thicker skulls. So unless you want to take them somewhere, or you just kind of want to just kind of get going, you could skin them really quick. Just remove the flesh from them, and then just kind of put them in the bag of holding for now, and then hope that that the brain-eating monsters that you're taking them to will have some way of extracting them. It's probably your best bet.
I
Just
may be
save time.
I may be
Especially
thinking
if you want to
ahead,
sign
but
autographs.
let us take 2 not in the bag of holding in case it ruins them in some way for their.
So you're going to carry two skinned stinkhead skulls around with you, with a gushy bit still inside. All right,
I'll carry
That's
one and
pretty
Lord will carry the other. So
perfect.
no matter
Still got
how
a
heavy
clean
it is, I
center.
guess.
Can Soxy pay someone to have just the heads shipped to Green Iron Village?
You could probably find someone that'll do that.
Okay.
During this whole time, Owen is constantly casting prestidigitation over and over.
The precipitation gets rid of the actual fluids and things, but it does not get rid of the smell. You're going to have a time with that. So you're going to ship those off to the village. Are you going there?
Yeah, we're getting the 2 there for the ritual as quickly as possible, but we're going to have the rest sent as just praise.
Oh, you mean everything else sent out there?
Yep. At least the heads.
Okay. All right. That's going to take a little bit of time. So we'll have to talk about how much that costs later. But yeah, you can do.
And
All right.
Pip signing autographs is just putting his hand on whatever the pieces of paper. And it's just
That's how Lark signs as well.
he learned it from GB.
Yes, it's perfect. So you guys finish signing autographs fairly quickly, and you take the 2 for the ritual, and you start heading out to the Green Iron Village. 20 minutes later or so, you arrive. You meet back with Sleth Rolock, and he does not seem to notice that you have any smell, although you all very much do, especially when you get out into the forest and it's nice clean air around you. You start to realize that it's pretty bad, but he does not seem to notice or doesn't say anything. And as you come up, he says he looks at you, and you pull out these creatures.
Good. And the rings.
We
here.
You
have,
brought the rings earlier, didn't you? You already gave him the ring.
I think, yeah, we gave it.
You already gave him the rings earlier. I clicked the button; it didn't work. You gave him the rings earlier with the things. I forgot. So he has everything set up for this ritual. He then calls over 2 of his allies, who come over, and he hands them these large skulls, and they start putting their tentacles over this, and you just start to hear this kind of scraping sound, and a moment later you just hear as large holes are cracked in the top of these skulls, and it took no time at all. It took like very little time for them to do this. As they kind of move over and do it again, and they've opened these large holes where they then start to extract the brains pretty much whole. They put them into these vessels they have prepared, just bowls they found, and he starts to cast this ritual. He points around the table that they've set up.
Sit.
I'll sit.
Yeah,
Oh.
Soxy sits.
And a few minutes later, as he is finishing up the ritual, he cuts a very small piece of one of the brains off, and he sits it down on this little plate, and then he cuts another piece of the other brain off, and he cuts it into 6 pieces, and he slides it on a plate over to you. He then picks up his piece of the brain and eats it.
Cheers.
All
Good
right.
cheese is a thing.
Soxy eats the piece of brain.
Yep.
Oshin.
Carl.
I know.
Oh
this is tough.
no!
This isn't one of your lines or fails, right? Because it's not on the list, so I checked.
Oh no! I just
Okay.
if Oshin eats it,
The character.
if Oshin eats it, they'll get very, very, very sick. Like
Right.
yeah, that is the hesitation.
Okay. Did Pip
Would
hesitate? I didn't see you motioning Pip, so.
Owen, can you ask if I may eat Oshin's?
Yeah, would it ruin the ritual if not all of us participated? We have some dietary restrictions. Is there any
You're
response?
kidding.
Well,
Oshin, we are really close
So,
to my treehouse. It has a facility in which you can get rid of it after.
He instead takes one of the small broken pieces of bone and hands it to you.
Look at
Can
it.
you hold it in your mouth?
Yeah, and wipe it off like the.
It's pretty
Try,
clean.
yeah.
So yeah, you get it pretty clean. It's just it's got a little bit of a smell to it. Not much, not as bad as you smell, but
yeah. Oshin.
it's definitely gonna
People
have a
have-
meaty flavor.
And Pip will go through his bandolier and try to find like a clove of garlic.
Sure. Right.
I'm going to be saying I'm
dried
bonus tower
garlic.
for a while. This is great.
So you take the piece of bone and the piece of garlic, and you put it in your mouth, and you just hold it.
Yeah.
As the ritual takes hold of each of you, everything around you kind of becomes hazy and foggy, as if a fog is just rolled in so dense that you can't even see the hand in front of your face. And it becomes very, very dark, and then it becomes red. It's like as if there's red light just beaming from somewhere all around you. This reddish fog. It brightens a little, and as your mind sort of focuses, you are sitting in a room. In this room, there's bars to your left, and a barred door, and 3 walls of stone. There's a bed and very little else in here. Some may have little scribings on the wall. Oshin and Soxy, this hits home for you pretty quickly. But this is worse. There's no restroom, there's no wash, there's nothing. It is just a bed in a room. You see across the way there seems to be other beds, and in each one of these rooms is an illithid. An illithid that looks gaunt, scared, defeated. As you gain your bearings for a moment, you lift your hands, consciously lift your hands and look at them. They're not yours. You know who you are, but you're not in your body. You don't feel like this is a dream. You exist in this place right now. What do you do? And actually, that's where we're going to take our break. We'll be right back in 20 minutes, and we'll continue this. Thank you, everyone. One. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Countless Heroes. We really appreciate you guys being here. And my thing's not right, so there we go. That's much better. Hi. You can hear me now. Thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate that. Let me go ahead and just get us right back into the ad. So I wanted to put a quick shout out to World Anvil, which is an amazing piece of software. If you've not had a chance to go take a look at it, we talk a lot about it here. But I'd just like you to go take a look at worldanvil.com, or better yet, go to nerdsmith.org/chworldanvil, and you can take a look at the Countless Heroes World Anvil page. We don't have a vanity thing over at World Anvil because they decided to choose functionality over vanity. So that is coming down the road. Next revision, we'll have that. But right now, we've got our own little vanity link, so you can go take a look at that. Anyway, it is an amazing piece of software put out by Demetrius and his amazing team over there. They are working extremely hard on creating a piece of software that not only satisfies world builders from a RPG perspective, but also just writers in general. People who are just looking to write. The original concept of the software was to create something that his wife could use to write her novels. So they work extremely well for both. You can go on there and you can choose which one you want to do, and it will load different tools based on what you want. So go take a look, and if you are so inclined, go ahead and sign up for their Patreon. Actually, I don't think they use a Patreon anymore. They stopped using that. They started using their own system internally. So really good stuff. So go take a look at World Anvil and light up the forge. Sounded really kind of clicky and addy, advertisement-y. Next, I'd like to talk about Die Hard Dice, our amazing and wonderful new sponsor that we're extremely excited about. Die Hard Dice does dice, and everyone can do their. Everyone can go ahead and do the Power Rangers sort of thing, like Heather's doing, to show off their dice and try to get it to focus, or just be Owen evidently and do things just like the fawns over there. Just automatically works for them. They are beautiful dice, as you can see, and they are extremely unique. You can't find that pattern or these colors anywhere because they're all done and designed in-house by Todd and his team. You cannot beat them. So dieharddice.com is the place to go for these amazing dice. If you want to roll like us, That could be, I like that. That's good. And you can use the coupon code Countless Heroes, all one word, and you can get 15% off your first order. Or, as long as you've never used the code before, you can use it on any order. It could be your next order. Even if you have all the dice, they're coming out with new ones. Much like the most impressive I just lost the name. Just like sweatshirt. Moonstone. The purple Moonstone dice that are coming out next month. You'd think they'd be purple, but they're not. They're white. They're gorgeous, and they have purple lettering and numbering, whatever. And then, of course, once it will be my next set of dice, which are the druidic green with this sort of black pearl. It's gorgeous.
You're gonna have to fight me for it. I think you and I are each gonna get a set because I can't let those go either. They're so pretty.
So yes, we'll be buying a lot of dice. I think all the dice in our house will be Die Hard dice, but I will let you know if Tessa ever tips the scale of Die Hard dice versus all other dice, because that will be a day that I'm weeping.
It's coming. It's coming.
You have like 12,000 dice. You're not
that many.
Okay, we counted them up. It's over 2,000.
It is over 2,000. Yes.
That's 211 sets. So no, 211 cents at $50 a piece.
Today I have sold my dice and bought a house.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not kidding. What is that? Crown Royal?
Yeah, it was a Crown Royal bag. This is all my dice except for the ones that are all piled up at the base of my monitor. And
we don't need that kind of negativity. That's right. All right. So please go over to Die Hard Dice. Please use that coupon code, because that coupon code is not only you getting an amazing discount, but it is also showing our sponsor that we are doing a good job. And we want to do a good job for our sponsors because they, first off, deserve it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be our sponsor. We wouldn't have them if we didn't stand 100% behind their product. and behind the type of people that they are. But besides that, it's an amazing product, and they definitely deserve your business. They do. They deserve it because they're amazing. They will work hard to earn it. And I guarantee after your first order, you will be so impressed by the little package you get that you will absolutely want to buy from them and only them for the rest of your life. Is the hypnotism working? Is it on? Okay, good. All right. Next, we want to say that we're a proud member of the NerdSmith.org network, and you can go take a look at all the other amazing content over at NerdSmith.org/content, or just go to NerdSmith.org and take a look around. You'll be very impressed by what you see. 50 creators creating 17 to 19 different shows, depending on how many are on the website, because we're still releasing some right now. And then over 700 hours over the past 10 months, coming up on our 1-year anniversary here pretty quick. And it's been really incredible. It's been really, really amazing. So go take a look at that. And if you'd like to support our show, you can do so there by going to nerdsmith.org/donate, signing up to be a minion, sidekick, champion, or our brand new level superstar. And as you do that, you can support more and more of the shows, giving more and more money to the amazing creators of our network, the ones that you'd like to support. If you happen to choose us and you give us money, we take that money and we give all of it that we receive directly to the Trevor Project. Just passes right through, goes from one account to the next, does not pass go, does not collect $200, although we wish it would. Yeah, so that's that. All of it goes to the Trevor Project. If you're not familiar with the Trevor Project, you can go to trevorproject.org and get more information on that. Thank you guys very much. So let's get back to business. Do I have the thing up? No, Jay does. Okay. I was like, did I do that? Like, have I been covering Jay the entire first half?
No.
So you have just woken up inside of these other bodies. You feel like yourselves. You feel like you know what you know. You don't have any clue what's going on. You are wearing just simple, very plain clothing, similar to what nicer versions of what you saw the elephant walking.
Are we alone in each?
In each cell, you are alone.
Okay.
Owen's gonna try and reach out and cast message to another person across the way. Is any of his magic still there, or is it
with what focus and or spell components?
Is there anything in the room?
There's a bed and you and your clothing.
He is going to take like a small piece of rock or potentially a small stick and use it as a drum. And since he's proficient with that, he can use that as his arcane focus.
Okay. All right. So all right, that's pretty good. So you cast message to who?
Whoever I see across the way. I don't know who anyone is.
It's hard to see perfectly across the way, but as you kind of get up and you start to beat against the bars a little bit and make a little bit of noise and kind of beat out a rhythm, you're looking across, and you kind of see Lark, but as an illithid. You can kind of see his facial structures a little bit. You see his birthmarks across his face. Not painted, but you see the similar markings across his face. And so, Lark, you look across and you see Owen kind of tapping out. And again, you see kind of his facial structures. He doesn't really have the mustache and the beard. It's kind of still the tentacles, but you see the eyes. They're this brilliant blue, and it looks a lot like Owen. You there's a familiarity there. You know that it is. To the left of Owen, you see Soxy, but you don't see Callie, Oshin, or Pip. Yeah.
Well, this is weird.
As you speak, your mouth does not make any noise. Your brain just reaches out and you just speak inside of Lark's head, and Lark just speaks back. And as Lark speaks back, he speaks to both Owen and Soxy, just kind of innately. And then all of a sudden you're connected, the three of you can talk with no issue, but without moving your mouths or making a sound.
Did we do this on purpose?
I mean, we didn't really ask about the details of the ritual. We probably should have done that before we agreed to it. In hindsight,
Something tells me this is to gain a bit of perspective on what might have happened. Put us in their shoes, so to speak. At least I hope that's what it is, and I hope they didn't just swap us for some buddies back home.
More are coming.
that would be bad. Alright, well...
Have you tried any to escape or to open the bars yet?
Not yet. I haven't really gone past basic stuff. Do we want to try that right off the bat?
I will try.
I need to figure out a holy symbol or something if I'm going to try to, like, misty step through these bars. There's just a bed in the rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have any stones with, like, a sharp point on them?
You can probably find a few laying around.
Okay.
That is a
Not
good
going to be
idea.
pleasant to carve with.
Well, yeah.
Go ahead, Soxy.
Sorry.
I'll go after.
Can I take a piece of wood from the bed and carve at least a rudimentary holy symbol into it for Adaloxley?
Give me a strength check.
Okay.
Does the bed have a pillow?
24.
Mm-mm. It's barely a bed. 24. Yes. Yeah. You snap off a piece of wood and you sit down and you start to carve on it. A little jagged piece of one of the side panels. It is ugly, but it is efficient.
There's a few things I could try, but they all make a lot of noise.
Is there a sheet on the bed?
No. It's a hay.
Okay,
Or
hay.
something that passes for hay.
I can work with hay.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'm looking for something, just something to work
all
with.
right.
I basically start with hay, taking bunches of it, and I'm making a small teddy bear out of hay.
So you start to underwater basket weave over water, and you start to do weave. Okay, so Callie, Oshin, and Pip, yours is a little different. You're not in cages. You wake up and you are in some sort of cave. Each of you has a tool in your hand. They look like digging tools. There are several other of the illithid around you who are picking and digging at the walls. But the walls don't look like stone. They look like flesh.
Okay, Pip was hungry, and now Pip is not hungry.
Are we inside something?
I don't know.
Maybe it is the week of nightmares come back. Callie, pinch. No, we are still here. It is not a dream.
Are we chained?
No.
All right. Pip is going to try to burrow through the wall.
It is not as soft as it looks with the flesh. It is dense and almost petrified. But it still is kind of soft as well. but it's not easy to dig through like dirt. It's like very tough armored skin, like trying to dig through the hide of some sort of tough creature like an elephant or something. But a pick hitting it seems to flake off or crack off bits of it, of this kind of gray, fleshy matter.
I'm sorry. Did you say that we were chained?
You are not chained.
Okay, sorry, I missed that.
It's okay. I've done that
Should we
often.
join in, or should we try to leave?
We could see what there is to see.
Yeah.
We take our picks with us, though.
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah.
Alright. I'll follow you guys.
Pipple, are there others in the tunnel? Like there?
Yes, several. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You tap one on the shoulder.
He kind of turns and looks at you.
How much do we have to do today?
He just kind of stares at you blankly, as if asked a question by an imbecile. And he turns and then goes back to work.
Okay. Thank you for not helping.
So we were brought here to see the master. Should we look for the master?
Yeah. We have no information here aside from there are great tunnels and very rude people digging in the tunnel.
Okay.
Okay, I'll follow you guys. This is weirding me out.
Yeah.
So what are you doing? You just walking away?
Yes.
Yep, I'm following them.
As you turn and you start to walk away, a couple of the other illithid you have to walk past stop and kind of turn and look at you. Only for a moment, and then stop and go back to their work. Once you're about 20 feet away, you feel this strange itch at the back of your skull, back of your head. Although you scratch the back of your head and it does not help. What do?
Turn around.
Nothing there.
Do you guys feel that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe we should go the other way. Maybe we're reaching the end of the vision that we were granted.
Maybe.
Okay. Yeah. If it is the same way in the more direction, then we know that we are kept here for some.
Yeah.
So you turn and you start to head back the other direction. Again, you get about 20, 30 feet away from where you appeared here, and you start to feel that kind of itching at the back of your head. What do?
Maybe we were meant to, dig. Maybe that's what he wanted us to see, is in there. Somehow.
Calic's gonna try and push a little further and see if it lessens or...
You take another step and the itching becomes more prominent. It feels obnoxious to the point that you might get out of your seat and run over to somewhere to scratch it if you had to, if you thought it might help.
It's stronger the further we move away. Should I try to go further or go back to digging?
This seems like this is not supposed to happen, so...
Okay.
And this itch happened when all three of us were moving together.
I mean, you haven't tried moving up separately other than Callie. You don't feel it stronger because Callie moved forward.
What I meant is that we didn't feel it even...
You did not feel it till you got to 20 feet away.
Right, but we didn't feel it less because we were together. Less or more because...
Correct.
Okay.
It is an individual feeling.
Gonna move back to where we started. All the way
Goes
back
away.
there. Okay, well, nothing happens here, so.
Pip will go back up to the one that he talked to earlier.
Excuse Pip, it is Pip's first day in the tunnel. What is this itching in the back of Pip?
Push it and find out. Pip.
And he kind of turns and goes back to his work.
No, this one sounded like he was drooling. We should not push it.
Okay.
So what do you guys do?
I start to dig.
Okay. You start to dig. And you dig and you dig, and we'll be back. So cutting back over to the rest of you. Where were you?
Hey, Lark.
Yes, Owen.
You got anything heavy or, substantial you can, press or smash against the bars?
I have a bed.
That might work.
That is it. I am also making a focus so that I can step through the bars.
That would certainly help. I was going to say I might be able to weaken the bars for you if you want to give that a try, but we can try that too.
When I'm done with the focus, I'm going to try to... It's only verbal. Misty Step.
There's no spell components required?
Verbal.
But the spell component would be down listed at the end of the spell.
Verbal. That's it.
There's no... Really? Okay.
No, it's a
So
teleportation.
you don't even need a holy symbol for that then.
Well, he feels better having made one.
Sure.
Is there other
Wow,
things
that's awesome.
outside of the bars?
There are several other rooms with other illithid in them. As you misty step out, it works just fine. You are now out of it. And you look up and down, you see that there's dozens of these rooms here. And at the very end, you see a key hanging on the wall.
Soxy, I know you were able to
Yeah?
do what I just did. You should give it a try. It was rather easy.
You mean this? And she misty steps out of the cage also.
And it works perfectly.
Well, shit, I guess we're doing that, ain't we? Just a second. And, turns out Dimension Door is also just verbal.
That's awesome.
So he's gonna pop on the other side.
I have spotted
okay.
the key down there. Who would like to grab it?
Well, I mean, do we see anything? Are there other illithid in these other cages?
Yes, every single one is full.
Let's release all of them.
Certainly not a bad idea.
Sounds good to me.
I'll go get the key and see
As you
what
start to
happens.
walk over, you get about 50 feet away from the key, and you start to feel that itch in the back of your head I described to the others. What do you do?
I'll step closer.
As you step closer, it becomes more of an annoyance and becomes more aggressive. What do you?
How far am I from the key?
About 30 feet.
I'll take another. I'll go 5 more.
As you move closer, it starts to hurt. It almost feels as if there's something scraping against the bone at the back of your head.
I'll stop at that point.
You all right up there, Lark?
There is a mental trap or something. I cannot proceed without immense pain. The key is within reach of my remaining spell, but I fear that if I were to get there, I don't know the result, the end result.
This is most likely a magical effect, wouldn't you say?
Sounds like it.
Well, shit, worth a shot. And he's gonna start tapping 2 sticks together using them as a percussion instrument, and cast Dispel Magic on Lark.
What? On Lark?
Yep.
Nothing happens.
I am made of feelings, not magic, Owen.
Well, shit.
It was worth a shot.
I could get there.
If you start hurting, let me know. I can heal you from over here.
Same.
It did not. It did not feel like I was being injured. It was hurt. But I will take another step. This time I'm going to do the 5 to where it starts to hurt, and then 5 more so that I'm within 20 feet.
Okay. It's every 10 feet. So you would actually, at this point, be up to 10 feet. So you get to about 10 feet away, and the pain is becoming unbearable. It is becoming extremely difficult. You feel like there's a vice on your head, and you feel like something's going to break if you go any farther.
I cannot move any further.
Is it physically not letting you, or is it just...
It is unbearable pain.
Understandable. Come on back.
Sorry. Can I look around and see if there's anything, like any runes or anything changing or lighting up as Lark is getting closer?
There's nothing.
And what are the other illithid doing?
They're sitting there watching. Most of them have stood up and come to the door, staring at Lark.
Well,
Are there any? What are the walls made out of?
Stone.
If there was something that was 10 feet long, we could kind of knock the key closer. But that was as close as I could get.
That's true. And I don't have Mage Hand. It's not a thing we can do. Owen, do you have Mage Hand?
that ain't in my bag of tricks, unfortunately. Lark, if you can't go any further, I might just give it a try.
The teleport.
No, the old-fashioned way.
The old college try.
Yeah.
When you say I would give it a try, were you speaking for me, as in some other person, like I should do it?
As in I'll come up there and give it a try, see how my pain tolerance holds up.
Very well.
And Owen's going to move up in 10-foot increments.
So you sort of feel the same itching and then unbearable itching and then slight pain and then extreme pain to the point where you think something's going to give. You're worried.
Well, shit. The way I see it, if we don't move forward, we're stuck.
Can I go back to the bed that I broke apart or broke a chunk off of?
Uh-huh.
How long is the bed?
About 6 feet.
Okay, but there's no blankets or anything?
No, just hay.
There's hay.
Okay, and is it like slats or is it like poles?
Slats.
Okay, can I break off 2 of the slats and take my shirt and start like just ripping into
Sure.
strips and try to tie them together?
All right. You do that. What is your
Okay.
goal?
To use it to knock the key off
Okay.
without having to get quite as close?
What are you going to use as a weight?
What do you mean?
Well, the fabric or the sorry, it's wood. Never mind. My brain went somewhere weird, completely and stupid. Sorry. I see what you're saying. So yes. So how are you attaching the pieces together?
She took off her whatever the top is.
I see. Got it.
Sucks
I
he's
thought
not
you were gonna
used to
use the shirt
clothing
to make a
anyway.
rope. That's where my brain was. Okay, got it. I see what you're saying.
And I
Got
would
it.
use some
Yeah.
hay too, because I just
So
worked with it.
you're trying to make a 10-foot pole out of these slats by tying them together with little pieces of fabric. You're going to be struggling a bit with this. That's going to be a tough one. But you start to kind of work something together rudimentary, but you eventually fashion something you think might work. It takes you a while. We'll be back. Kelly, Oshin, and Pip. So you guys are working for what seems like hours. You do anything during that time? And literally all you do is you're breaking off pieces, they land on the ground, and other illithid come collect them. Anything else you're doing? Do you want to try anything else?
Where do the ones that collect them take them?
Up and down the cavern, the way that you were trying to walk.
Was there anything physically different, appearance-wise?
Nope.
Okay. So, the next big chunk that comes off, Pip is going to attempt to grab the chunk and walk with it down.
You start to feel the itching about 30 feet away.
All right. Pip will drop the chunk and wait for one of the illithid to come and pick it up.
They pick it up.
How does Pip get down the hallway to carry this chunk of whatever down to where it is supposed to be?
It's not your job.
How does Pip get this job?
You don't change
jobs. Unless the master wishes it.
And how do we get the master to come? When does the master come in?
The master is always here.
Oh,
And he just turns and starts heading off.
Callie's gonna try and talk to one of the other illithid that's not the one that Pip was talking to earlier, and just kind of leaning over and goes, "What exactly are we harvesting here?"
Who are you talking to?
Just another of the illithid.
Okay. Just one that you haven't talked to yet.
Mm-hmm.
They turn and look at you once again like you're kind of crazy, like they did to Pip earlier.
Sorry, I'm new. I don't.
There is no new, only the old.
Okay, but that doesn't tell me what this is. I'm just curious.
He chips off a little bit and he reaches down and picks a piece up and starts to eat it. And then drops the rest and goes back to her.
Gray matter of some sort, maybe.
Is it the brain of something? Maybe.
Huh?
Now what would be this big?
Gives a new meaning to gray matter.
Yeah.
what if we are inside the master?
That was my wonder.
Why would we be chipping away at his brain though? I'm gonna use detect magic just to see if what we're chipping at is magic.
That's a Furbolg ability. So yes.
Yeah.
So you detect magic and no, you don't detect any magic anywhere.
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna start moving away, like 20 feet away, while
Sure.
using detect magic to see if that seems like magic. I don't.
No magic. And if you push it a little bit, still no magic.
Yeah, I'll go back. Okay. So that wasn't. That's not magic.
I don't like feeling stuck.
Peep is interested in this though. So I'll try to break off another chunk of the thing and put it in his
beak. But yes, so you start to crunch on it. It's crunchy, fairly flavorless, but you feel right eating it. It feels filling. It doesn't take a lot, a few bites.
Well, it is edible.
Did he come with us?
Did who?
I just forgot how to pronounce his name.
Slethrella?
Yeah.
He said that he was showing us who the master is. They,
He ate a piece of the brain.
Yeah. Whoever the master was, did they say that he's still around, or were they just freed by the heroes doing whatever they were doing.
He didn't say.
Or-
They were very non-specific. Hey, you friendly man.
Go up and talk to the one he's been talking.
The one that picked up his stone and walked down the hallway away from you?
The one that I was working next to that I had originally talked to.
The one you originally talked to, the one that's not really friendly.
The
Or looking at
drooling
you like
one.
you're an idiot. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Where is Slethrela?
You should be careful.
Pip is trying to be careful, but Pip is out of Pip's out.
Names are forbidden here.
Oh. Okay. Then
You are nothing. I am nothing. Remember this.
okay. Why are your names Angel?
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you being sassy. Go, can you say it again?
Why are names dangerous?
The master will punish you.
The master has to show up to punish me.
The master is always here.
Are we inside the master?
The master is always here.
It was not a no.
Do you guys do anything else?
Maybe we've got to do something to make him come punish us. Then he'll
Okay.
come here and show him. That might be really stupid. I don't actually know if getting hurt here will actually hurt us. So,
Only one way I can think of.
Slethrelach, Slethrelach, Slethrelach,
As you say it the third time, you start to feel that itch in the back of your head.
Oh,
that. Okay.
Callie's gonna start walking towards the. She just kind of sets her face and just starts walking.
Start to feel the itch, and then it overwhelms, and then it's pain, and then it becomes unbearable. So you push past it.
Yep.
Give me a Constitution save to push past it.
That is a natural one, so. Yeah.
So you get to the point where the pain is just too much, and you can't push past it. Your body won't let.
Can I try again? Could she take a step back, take another breath, and just
If
try
you want to try
again?
again, if you want to try again, I need a wisdom save.
I will do a wisdom save.
Go for it.
I'm much better at that than I am at Constitution.
So this is more you steeling yourself against the pain, as opposed to the pain itself.
That is a 16.
Okay, you can continue forward. Do you?
Yep.
Pip and O'Sheen, you see Callie push forward past this, and then all you see is kind of this reddish gray mist out of the back of her head. Callie, you feel kind of a crunch, and then everything goes black. Callie's body, this illithid body, is suspended in the air, as sort of appearing above it are these tentacles that seem to come out of nowhere. They just appear from the air and surround her head, already there, and you hear this horrid sucking sound as something is happening, and then her body lifelessly is dropped to the ground with a large hole in the back of the head and nothing left within.
Okay.
And the tentacles just kind of, they don't leave. They just fade into the background. They disappear.
Was that magic?
No.
Okay.
Cutting back. Go. You guys go back to work?
Okay.
Do you go back to work?
Yes, for now.
Yeah.
Okay. Cutting back
Try to-
over.
Owen is now going up to the nearest available cage with someone in it and is going to find an elephant to talk to.
Okay. As you come over to the cage, they kind of turn and walk away from you and turn their backs to you.
Hey there, friend. Was just looking to check in, see how you're doing. What got you landed in here? What? Why are you in the cave?
Because I'm not going to have you roll, but because of your persuasion, I'm going to go ahead and let him turn and talk to you. He kind of turns and he just looks, they just look kind of strange to you, as there are no gender within the elephant. They turn and look at you. You're not supposed to be out of your cage.
Well, I'm not a fan of rules in general.
You're going to be punished.
Well, then, real quick before I'm punished, would you mind telling me exactly what's going on here? Seeing as I'm about to be punished anyways.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What's going on?
Why are we being kept here? What's the
We've
purpose?
always been here. This is how we live. This is our life. This is our death. This is our punishment.
Punishment for what?
For everything. Life, living, being born.
And
Being illithid.
who exactly is punishing us right now?
Master.
Can you tell me about them? Like anything? I didn't find details, hobbies, pet names,
He is
anything you got.
everywhere.
That's not
The
good.
master is always here.
Interesting. Do you know what the master wants on a larger scale?
Loyalty.
Well, shit. If we could get this cage open, would you even want to come out with us?
He takes a step back.
Of course not. We can't leave. The master is always here.
And what exactly would happen if I were to walk away?
You wouldn't get very far.
Good to know. Thank you kindly. I will take that on consideration. And he'll walk back over the other two.
Okay.
So, did you learn anything from that one?
Well, apparently the master's everywhere. If we try to walk too far, we'll probably die. They don't even want to leave if we can't get them out. Probably too scared. All in all, not a great situation if I'm being honest.
No, not entirely.
So the question is, do we try and press on through just to provoke?
Well, we've got to figure out something. I've got this more or less put together, and she holds up the two pieces of wood and that are tied together. It's not perfect, but I think I could hook the key, but I don't know what's going to happen if I do.
We can certainly give it a try.
All right, here goes. And Soxy's going to approach the key, like the other two have.
You get to about 10 feet away, before it becomes just completely unbearable.
Okay, and then she's going to try to get the key off the latch with her makeshift pole and like toss it back to the people behind her.
You don't get that far.
Okay.
As you reach out with the stick, it gets within maybe a foot of touching the key. You feel this crunch in the back of your head. The pressure gives, and everything blacks out. The other two of you standing behind her see the back of her head split open from the inside almost, it seems like. Bone and some sort of gray reddish spray coming out as these tentacles start to manifest around it, and you hear that sound, and then her lifeless form drops.
As we
Can I
see
grab the tentacles?
Yeah.
Sorry, Owen.
So, Lark, you run up and start grabbing them. Owen, what do you do?
Owen is going to look at the tentacles and focus on them and just start muttering something unspeakable in Undercommon and cast Vicious Mockery on it.
Lark, as you run over and reach, try and grab the tentacles, and Owen, you start to cast, and the spell finishes. Both of you feel the crunch at the back of your minds and blackness. Oisin and Pip. After a while of doing your job and continuing, everybody, seeming with no warning, turns and starts leaving. You feel compelled to go with them, but not obligated. Just feels like that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, gonna go. Maybe if we
As
follow
you
this
start to
way.
walk, you realize that the itching does not come. You walk down out of the caverns, dozens and dozens of illithid, and you start to walk along a path, and everybody starts walking to the right side of the path, as on the opposite side, illithid start to come from the other direction. Obviously, some sort of shift change. Tools are left in racks, and you continue walking through this hallway into the room that they seem to have all come from. Laying on the ground in this room are 3 dead illithid in cages with their doors open. Each of the illithid step into a cage. Near where the illithid on the ground are, there's a key on the wall. What do you do?
Did we walk past the key on our way here?
No, you would have come in from the other direction. Every one of the illithid get into their cages. Are you in or out?
Out of the cage.
Oisin?
Yeah, I'm gonna be out of the cage.
The door's shut. You are standing outside of the cages. So several of the illithid that you've been speaking to kind of turn and look at you. Just watching.
So Pip is going to go grab one of the bodies from the floor.
All right.
How easy is it to pick up?
It's a body, and it's not easy, but they're also gaunt. You're still fairly strong, even for being as weakened as you are, so it's fine.
Swing the body at the key.
Okay. Swing it and just like chuck it across the room with the key?
Yeah.
Okay.
And be thinking like, stupid body laying in the hallway, preventing Pip from being in his cell with these.
I thought I knew you.
So, Pip, you pick up the body, you chuck it towards the key. Give me a strength check to see how well you do.
All right.
These are our bodies, correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that as you pick up the body, that's a good point. As you pick up the body, you kind of realize, I mean, you may not look at it right away, maybe after you throw it, and that's fine. But you do kind of recognize the face a little bit on each of these bodies.
Lark would want this.
That's true.
Is it athletics
I have
check?
found my purpose.
Athletics is fine. Let's see if I can get that ringer.
20 not natural.
Catch it on the phone. 20 not natural. Okay, so yeah, you huck it and the body like flails over and flops and hits the key, and you immediately feel itch, pain, blackness. Ocean, you're standing there as you see yet another one of your friends, the back of their head just kind of pop open. These tentacles appear and that horrid slurping sound once again. And then Pip's body, the illithid version of Pip's body, is left lifeless on the floor. And you are alone. You don't recognize your friends' faces on anyone else. And as you look at those bodies, you realize they are them. Every one of your friends that you came here with is dead. What do you do?
Gonna try to like spit out the bone that's in my mouth that I put in there originally because basically spitting on the floor.
All right, you begin spitting on the floor wildly. What else?
That didn't work, so how far away is the key from me?
40 feet from before you start feeling any pain or itching, 10 feet from unbearable pain.
I'm checking the things I can. That's the only thing that's like in here. There's that, and then there's the cage.
And the door you came in from.
Yeah, I'm gonna move forward a little bit until I'm like 30 feet away and try to thorn whip the key off of the wall.
As soon as you
don't have
cast
anything else
the
to
spell
do.
Thorn Whip with the intention of hitting that key, you feel the same crunch and you go black. And then each of you wakes up in a foggy haze in a cell. You look at your hands, they are not your own. Three of you are actually holding tools and standing in a cavern. What do you do?
Well, it seems it doesn't end with that.
Who has the tools?
Interesting.
Same people as before, Pip, Oshin, and Cal.
Do we have spell slots back?
You did not spend any of your spell slots. It is the same day. It is as if it did not happen. For now.
Maybe we need to wait till we're all together before we do anything? I don't know what's happening, but it's very strange.
Yeah, I guess this time I just waited out until something happens.
Is there a direction other than the key to go in?
There's a doorway. But as you get out, you discover that the doorway has the same problem. When you're not supposed to cross through it, it gives you the same itching and pain. And then as this continues, because this is probably not the only time you'll have restarted at these positions, you continue, you start to discover several things. One, it seems fairly absolute that if you go after the key or go through the door when you're not supposed to or walk away from your job, you're going to die. It also seems fairly absolute that once you see each other and you're all together, that it doesn't change anything. If you don't go with your group, if you go back, if you go forward, you're going to die. You leap off of the cliffs inside of the caverns, you're going to die before you land. You attack other illithid, you die. Everything you do seems to cause you to die, as long as if you don't just follow the pattern. And so eventually, no matter how many times it takes, you eventually resign yourselves to needing to follow the pattern. And so you do. It could be 3 more deaths, it could be 1,000 more deaths, but you eventually start to follow that pattern. Once you start to follow the pattern, you get into kind of a routine. And each day you wake up, it's actually a different day. You don't feel like you're the new person in the new body. And the more you go, the longer you go without making a mistake, you eventually start to feel like this is where you belong, which is a scary feeling. You don't know how many days it's been. You don't know how many cycles it's been. You've lost count at this point. It's just been too many. And then every once in a while, somebody might screw up, get tired and do something stupid. And even if just one of you die, you discover. The next morning, you all wake up at the beginning. So eventually, you go through and you do what you need to do. And after countless numbers of tries and countless attempts, you finally just go through the motions and you do the job for however long it is that you are down here doing it. You have no idea how long. It just continues to the point where you almost forget what you're doing here and why. And then something changes. All of a sudden, one day, you're working and you step a little farther out of line than you're supposed to. Not even realizing it, getting so used to using that itching as kind of your boundary to know where to work. And you realize you're 20, 30 feet away from where you're supposed to be. And there's no itching. Now what do you do? Pip, Oshin, and Kelly, you are the ones working when this happens.
So Pip, if this isn't kosher, please we'll retcon immediately. Pip just kind of had a mantra that after understanding that saying the name would summon the itching and bring on the pain and punishment. Does thinking a name also cause the punishment? Okay.
Nope. And something actually else you would have noticed, that the word Pip does not seem to trigger it. You can actually say your name. It may be one thing that keeps you sane in some of this, but you can actually say your name out loud with no issues. So can everyone else. You start to realize something from that. You can say Pip's name. Something else you try and realize after a while is that between you all, you can actually use nicknames. You just can't use each other's real names.
Oh, so people could say Callie all they wanted because it's not Callie's.
Callie is still who you go by. It's still your proper name in most circles. It's understood, which is why nobody really understands why Pip doesn't work or doesn't trigger it. But you can come up with different names, and after a while, you probably have to change them as you become more and more known as those names. You have to change them up.
Yeah, Callie would have gone by Lynn as much as possible, since this is what Prime Heart calls her.
All right, I'll be Eagle
That's
One.
too powerful a connection, so unfortunately, that wouldn't work either.
Okay. Guys.
Yeah.
Do you feel that?
Pip is Pip.
There's nothing here.
And I'm sorry, Pip, I did talk over you. You had a mantra. Did you want to share that with us?
Yeah, the Pip would just be continually repeating, like, Pip is Pip.
In his head? Okay.
In his head, like, just...
And then out loud occasionally. Perfect. Okay, good. Sorry, I forgot that I stepped over that. I apologize.
There's no itching.
No.
Callie's gonna cautiously scoot a little bit further.
Nothing. You're
We
fine.
go get the others. We go get the others.
No.
Do we tell everybody or we just get them?
There may be other parts of these tunnels that we have not seen. But we know there is a key. So we go back, we get the key, we unlock the cells.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So do you walk or run?
Walk.
You walk back to the other cells, and Lark, Owen, and Zoxy, you see Pip, Oshin, and Callie walk into the room, but it's not shift change. You're almost startled.
The hell you think you're doing?
No itching.
Go away.
What do
It is
you mean?
not time.
There's no itching. It's gone.
Lark.
Well, now it doesn't mean anything to anyone.
There's nothing. No punishment.
Callie's
Is
gonna reach
this-
for the key.
I think they're trying to show us what it was like when they got free.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
So Callie's gonna reach up and try and grab the key very cautiously.
You're able to touch it. As soon as you touch the key, which of the cells do you want unlocked?
I want all of them to be unlocked.
They all unlock, and they open.
All right, we're getting out of here.
Damn straight. Let's get
Several
the
of
fuck
the other
out of
ones
here.
step out cautiously. Some of them you've gotten to know. One of them looks over at Owen.
I think
The master is not always here.
indeed we are master free at the moment, so I suggest we get the hell out before master comes back.
Do you know the way out of here?
Let us gather everyone we see on the way.
Yeah. I don't know exactly where the exit is, but I imagine it's upward somewhere. So let's keep finding a way upward.
So you start to explore the caverns, and as you grab onto every illithid that'll come, and once they realize the itching is gone, they all are on board, and they start to move, following mostly Owen, because obviously he's the charismatic one, listening to his words and moving with him. As you start to go out and you collect, a dozen here, another dozen there, and you start to realize you don't recognize all of them. You've only seen maybe 50 or 60 yourself, but there are so many more here. And most of them seem to be hesitant, but quite a few of them, almost half, start to come with you. And then you come up to this level, this tier, another one of these rooms like what you were in. You see the doors to it, and you look inside, and inside there's a writhing mass on the ground. Maybe the master. As a matter of fact, you're sure of it. These long, weird tentacles seem to give way towards the rest of this beast as it writhes on the ground, fighting something or fighting just in pain. And its body kind of morphs and shifts as it finally just digs its hands in the ground and just rakes these long claws against the stone, and just scraping and splintering off fragments. It just whips its head around and turns, and it looks directly at you. All of you, the hundreds of you here. Each of you have, over the time here, connected with an item, something you created. Some of you have already said what they are. Soxy has a holy symbol, Lark has his bear. Owen created a set of drums or some sort of percussion instrument. What do the rest of you do? What item that you could easily hide, not that you needed to, did you create or did you come across or hear, knowing what you know of this place?
Callie would have created a stone tooth the best she could to create a holy symbol for herself.
After this amount of time, you probably got very good at carving or sculpting stone. So you got a stone dragon's tooth, right? Oshin? Pip? Neither one?
Yeah. Pip would have, as he could, gotten pieces of wood and pieces of straw and made them into a fork, like a three-pronged, like just really rudimentary, like almost like if you had like a caltrop at the end of a stick, you know, type of thing, where it's like you just jab it in and it like picks up the food. So it's like he's got a.
Okay. Oshin?
Using Druidcraft wouldn't have like reset anything, right? Because I wasn't using it to do anything but like grow a flower for myself. Because the idea was to like grow a little flower for myself and then put it.
You didn't seem to have a limited spell. You seem to have unlimited spell slots here, at least daily. I mean, you reset them without doing whatever you need to do normally to reset them.
Yeah, out of like Druidcraft flower and then put it under like the hay on the bed, but so it's flattened and dried, just to keep that with me and use that as a little spell focus for Thorn Whip, which is the only attack spell I know.
As you look at this creature, you start to realize that the scale here feels off. You feel like if you stepped in the room, something would shift. It just feels wrong. If you test that, I assume someone's going to, you step just a little closer into the room. There's still far a distance off. You realize that the perspective is all wrong. It felt like this was a much smaller, normal-sized room. And you get in, it's not. It's huge. It's incredibly large. This creature, this oversized Dilithid is one way of putting it, but more dark, more deep one looking, with tentacles all over its entire front of its body, just dangling and writhing around. Some of you start to recognize these tentacles. Some of you fought these tentacles. And then you start to feel the madness. The madness that you felt in the dark when you were fighting with Callie or Haley and Amy and Binksy. And then you start to hear combat shrieks. People yelling at you and your friends. Somewhere in this room, not exactly in this room, but somewhere in this room, they're fighting right now.
Shall we give them a hand?
I'm all for it.
Each of you reach for your items. An item that has kept you sane, an item that has kept you powerful in this place. And you realize that it has given you domain over this place. With the master no longer watching your every move, you can control things here. You are stronger than this realm. You can do anything. Please describe your moment.
Heather's ready, Logan.
Go ahead, Heather.
Okay. So Soxy raises the holy symbol she has and smashes it to the ground. And as she does, any stalagmites or stalactites that are in this cavern shoot down and pierce into the body of the giant Illithid.
Okay. So as you smash down your holy symbol actually grows in your hands into a large mace, and slamming into the ground shakes the entire realm itself. You don't just hear rocks fall over the Illithid, you hear rocks fall everywhere. Large stalactites falling down into the creature, stabbing and piercing through its gargantuan frame as it towers above you. Who's next? Callie?
Callie, seeing her friends about to go in and knowing how much more deadly they can be than she is in up-close combat, takes a step back and puts her hand on the dragon symbol and uses it to cast Shield of Faith on all of them, if possible, as my moment, and kind of envisioning this multitude of metallic dragons, shimmering metallic dragon scale armor kind of appearing around all of them as a buff. If you let me.
Just a moment. Shush. That didn't work. So as you grab onto your holy symbol and you reach out and pray to the Dragon Mother, your thoughts become manifest as this shimmering full plate that does not hinder them armor appears over each of your friends, each one in one of the colors of the metallic dragons. So gold, copper, silver, bronze, and whatever the other one is.
Brass.
Thank you. I always forget the last one. It's not money, so that's the problem. Shielding them completely from any harm that would befall them in this combat, which it is, becomes a full combat on both sides as we move through this. Who's next?
All of us. He wasn't looking.
I'll talk at once.
Who?
We all raised our hands.
Oh, Lark, go for it.
So Lark, upon he wasn't sure what to do or what was going on at first, but he realizes that he just got on a full set of plate. Soxy is rushed in. That he himself turns into the hay bear that he created, and he starts to grow larger and larger and larger, as big as he can get, and he, with his plate of armor, and just charges in at the creature and starts clawing and biting, and basically just, if he sees anybody else there, he's going to step in between that person and the creature, getting basically in the way as a shield.
Okay, so as you do and you become this huge hay bear, the ghostly image of a spiritual bear kind of appears around your form, much larger than you are, as if you are just controlling it with every move. And as you start to tear into it, this larger bear just tears its claws deeper and deeper into it, ripping huge chunks out of it. And as it does, these chunks start to fall down to the ground, and they turn into this horrid gray matter that you've been mining for a very long time. almost as if it's the same material. Who's next? Owen.
Owen reaches forward, and as if the realm itself were a sheath, he pulls forward ash from the air, and he begins to be surrounded by crackling blue flame and levitates slightly and just whispers, "No masters," and swings down his blade in arcs, and with each arc it seems to crack and slash through sound itself, and waves of sonic energy just blast into this creature.
I don't think I need to jazz that one up. But as you do, the creature just kind of rears back with all of these blows just hitting, and it starts to swing and strike back in this realm as well, withdrawing some of its tentacles. More just seem to appear wherever they were from. And those of you that were in that fight remember at those points when it started to have to pull back, when the tide turned in that fight, when things started to get hopeful. Who's next?
Go for it.
Yep. Oshin.
Oshin will rush forward and start to claw at the tentacles after having, in that actual battle, did literally nothing. Will grab the tentacles and start to like claw at them to grab them and sort of like pull them off with sort of this like light around their hands. This like yellowish, like almost sunlight type, just on their, like, as claws digging and clawing and pulling the ripping tentacles off of the beast and like tossing them behind and then continuing to rip.
So as you run up and you just start to almost rage, but a very primal rage that you've never really felt before. This ability of yours to tap into your pure rage without any of the side effects. You just feel all of the power flow into you, and the Furbolg magic in you and your natural connection to nature manifests this brilliant energy. Claws over your actual hands. As you tear and rip into them, you can just rip down into the tentacles and grab and just pull away, and everywhere the tentacles touch, it just tears through this flesh with no mercy, and you just rip and are throwing tentacles left and right. Pip.
So Pip grabs his fork and immediately thinks that tentacles kind of look like spaghetti. And
very Pip answer.
Yep. He just pictures in his mind taking his fork and stabbing it into a plate of spaghetti and serving it to each one of his friends as they sit around a dinner table, and is just picturing how hungry his friends are after the countless hours and years of servitude towards this creature.
So in Pip's mind, although I don't know if everyone's going to see this, you kind of just look over and there is this sort of a Jedi ghostly table appearing next to you with several of your friends that are not in this table, but several of the other countless heroes sitting there with a fork and a knife and a little thing tucked in, and they're like just sitting there slamming their hands and forks on the table, getting ready for this delicious spaghetti dinner that you're going to serve them, as you stab into these tentacles and start to kind of swirl them around and tear and rip them off, along with Oshin. Soxy.
Oh, we're circling back around?
Oh, you already
That's
did?
everyone.
I'm sorry, I forgot you already went. That's everyone. Perfect. And so as each of you are doing this, and more happens in the combat, of course, but Callie is, using her amazing abilities to heal and keep everyone protected, as the creature is attacking back and, continually, eventually withdrawing more of its tentacles, and finally all of its tentacles. And as the last of the tentacles kind of retreat back in, you hear the combat ending. You hear your friends cheering and finally happy to have this over, and then it's just silence. And this creature in front of you is gone. In a puff of vapor, it just vanishes. You feel the power from this realm leaving. And a few moments later, you're standing in a cave, surrounded by hundreds of illithid. And you start to walk up and out, and the light hits you for the first time in your life. And it's blinding. Your clothes are tattered from years of abuse. There's one thought in your mind, one word, one place. Cinderhaven. You start to walk. And then you're back. A strange taste of stenchy meat on your nose and mouth. A piece of bone in Oshin's mouth. Mesralock, fuck. Too close. Damn it. Slethralock standing there over you.
Now you understand.
Indeed we do. Indeed we do.
The heroes of Cinderhaven saved us. But there are more. There are others. Captive. That was only his avatar. One of many avatars of the King of Secrets.
One down.
And more to go.
We shall kill them all.
Ooh, even better. That's where we're going to end it. Alrighty. Good job, guys.
Woo.
Holy shit.
I kind of want spaghetti now.
Yeah. But like the like squid ink noodles so that they're nice and black.
It's black, that'd be amazing.
Y'all, that's why I didn't go to takoyaki. That's weird.
Pip needs to do some more black what is it? Black magic? So you have defeated one of the avatars, finally, even though you've already fought him once, of the King of Secret. You're one step closer. Congratulations on your milestone.
Nice.
You are now
awesome.
level 10.
Yes.
One level away from Paragon tier.
Ooh. Ooh.
I'm excited.
We'll see what happens next time.
Yeah.
Thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it. Oh, gosh, we got a lot of people. Thank you, guys. I'm going to go ahead and do a raid quick. So you guys talk a second.
It's times like this where I am both extremely happy I multiclassed and extremely sad I multiclassed.
Same.
Oh.
Yeah. I finally got Commune with Nature, which I said I was wanted to cast like 4 weeks ago.
Tiny little dragon, bye. I love your username. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Tiny Little
Yes,
Dragons.
thank
You were
you.
adorable. I loved it. I'm going to go back and read the whole log because there was a lot of fun stuff.
Oh man,
Saldana's a
Logan,
level
what the
10 cleric.
frickin'
What's wrong?
That was a frickin' ride, my love.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Next level is the level Owen's getting fucking nuts.
Saldana can talk to God now if she does well.
Level 5 cleric, level 5 monk. I'm finally even, guys.
Perfectly balanced.
Oh, I have another aura. Me and friendly creatures within 10 feet can't be frightened while I am conscious.
Ooh.
Nice.
I've got Destroy Undead now.
Fifth level spell. What?
What?
Now
just to spend the entirety of the next 24 hours deciding what the new fucking spell's gonna be.
That is always the tricky part.
That's why I love clerics. Can't decide what spell? Get them all.
Yep.
Logan, you are an incredible storyteller. Can I just say that?
Yeah.
Dear Lord.
That was awesome.
I like that episode.
Yep.
Good.
Good. I'm trying.
Jump start.
All right. We got a group here. Let's go with a new one here. All right, let's go. So please come along with us. Thank you. Oh, nobody's left. Thank you. Sorry, that usually takes a while. But I really appreciate you guys staying around. We're going to go ahead and do a raid over to Starliday? I don't know. They're playing D&D. Loudwater Chronicles. Looks kind of cool. Their episode title is Now That We've Murdered Everyone, Let's Explore. All
right, let's do it. Yeah.
Well played.
That sounds really good. Let's
Sounds
hope they're
like our
not
kind of
ending right
people.
now. Nope, it sounds like they're still going. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to go follow over there.
Thank you,
for
everybody.
coming. Please come along with us, even if you can't stay. Just let's go do a big raid and get them excited and make them happy. Just go ahead and click yes or don't click no or whatever it takes. I don't know. I'm very rarely in a raid. I'm just on this side of it. So thank you guys very much for being here. We really appreciate it. We will continue more with this tomorrow night. So we will, we'll see what happens. More of dealing with all of this, and we'll see where the King of Secrets is going to appear next. By the way, I believe that answers one of your questions on your little ticker there. Yes, the King of Secrets is still going to be a problem. Thank you, everyone. We will see you next time. You are amazing.
Goodbye.
Night.
Night.
Boy.